And good morning and welcome to the Triathlon Australia Super Sprint Race Weekend 2018, again broadcasting live from the Sports Super Centre at Runaway Bay on the Gold Coast of Australia. Yes, it's day 3, 4-day event on this Saturday the 14th of December 2019, proudly presented to you by Triathlon Queensland on Triathlon Australia. Hello and good morning, I'm Paul Harrison along with my co-commentator Paul McCulloch. Broadcasting Australia, we're ready to go. In fact, it has commenced here. And it is aquathlon starting right now. And, excuse me, guys. The aquathlon underway and the first lap completed here in this first event. We'll explain later why we're doing aquathlon right now due to storms yesterday. We'll give you more detail about that very, very soon. This is heat number 1, if you like, for youth females, and starting in lane 1 it was Melissa Bloom, lane 2 Tia Hart and Diana Broadhurst, lane 3 Madison Elise and Stella Norris, lane 4 is held down by Tamsin Hill and Sophie Berger, lane 5 is Alexandra Field and Lucy Alexander, lane 6 Mackenzie Grundy and Mia Wooldridge, lane 7 is Bridie Elise and Allegra McGibbon, and in lane 8 Charlotte Davies.
Yes, and good morning, Harrow, and good morning, viewers. And it is, as you said, it is the first heat of the day, and it is a 400 metre swim followed by an 800 metre run in the aquathlon. And just catching up with all the vision that we have in front of us here. Alexandra Field is well and truly, she's in front at this stage and being chased down by, in lane 2, will be Diana Broadhurst. So Diana Broadhurst and Alexandra Field.
I'd say Broadhurst well in front there by a length and a half, PMAC. Lane 2, Diana Broadhurst from Western Australia, really putting in the big strokes there. This is a great swim from Broadhurst.
Yeah, and Tamsin Hill and Sophie Berger in lane 4, again going stroke for stroke.
Good start to the day here in what is a clear and fine day at this point in time. From Runaway Bay. Of course, yesterday afternoon's events were washed out by a massive storm that came through and demolished half of the equipment on the setup and flooded the course. It's dried out overnight. The staff here at the Super Sports Centre have done a fantastic job, as have the Triathlon Queensland people, and it is very, very good. So we've got a great event in front of us, and for the youth females there are 2 heats, this one and the one following, and we'll bring you the details of that as it transpires. It is a 400 metre swim, as Paul just mentioned.
Yeah, and I can actually tell you now that Diana Broadhurst is well and truly taking a lead as they're coming down for the 300 metre mark, I believe, Harrow. And in lane 4 we've got Tamsin Hill and Sophie Berger, as well as Alexandra Field. That's the leading competitors at this stage of the aquathlon.
I think it's Alexandra Field who
took a little bit of a tumble on the bike run yesterday.
Took a tumble on the bike run early yesterday, the bike leg, and she's back into it now, to her credit, and doing a good job there in lane 5.
And Broadhurst just touches, does a turn, heading into, I believe it's the final lap.
She's got a handy lead, and as we said, it is a 400 metre swim followed by an 800 metre run. And we've got our poolside camera bringing you all of the action there. We're operating with one camera at the moment. Due to those storms yesterday, there was a bit of equipment damage, so we're bringing you as much footage as we possibly can through these events. There may be slight interruptions from the pool deck to the run leg, but it won't be very long, probably less than 30 seconds to a minute. We'll keep talking through all of that though, and keep you up to date as Broadhurst has turned and heading for home, coming down to this bottom end of the pool at this stage. She's got that handy lead.
As has Field, Berger and Hill. And also in lane 5, Lucy Alexander has turned.
So Alexandra Field is heading down the ropes for second place. In lane 4 it's Tamsin Hill and Sophie Berger, stroke for stroke. They're going to be close coming out. And it's Diana Broadhurst gets out of the pool first to head into the run leg. She'll go into transition and put those running shoes on, and she gets out of there quickly and gets a bit of a lead around the track for the 800 metres. That will be good as well.
And Fields out of the pool into the transition, as well as Hill and Berger.
So those top 4 will be fighting out very, very closely. Now we've got Lucy Alexander coming out, and Lucy Alexander can run, so she's in touch. Davies and Elise go through as well. And that was Madison Elise.
And Mia Wooldridge has just gone through as well.
With Grundy. Mackenzie Grundy's gone out there. And the last 2 coming out of the pool right now. Still 1 more in the water. In lane 2, that is Tia Hart.
And they're through transition, Harrow, and it looks like that Diana Broadhurst is well and truly through transition and on the track.
Early morning on day 3 of the event. They've got the rest of today to go, and of course tomorrow morning. And we'll try and give you these positions around the run leg. All of the swimmers out of the pool. Was there one more still to come? Check. All clear as Bridie Elise goes past. And all the runners out on the track now. They're going through that back straight there. And over in the back straight where they're filling in the bulk of their 800 metre run. As we said, we're getting as much of that action to you as we can. As the girls going through that new technical U-turn course. So they go along that back straight, a couple of sharp U-turns and then double back on themselves. That keeps them all in touch visually, which is always handy because they can see any gaps that there might be in the field. And we're going to head over towards the finish. It doesn't take them very long to run 800 metres. As we head to the finish line, we know that coming out of the pool first was Diana Broadhurst, and then there was a chasing pack behind.
Yeah, and that chasing pack, Harrow, it was Lucy Alexander, Alexandra Field, Sophie Berger and Tamsin Hill. That was the lead group as they got out of the pool and into transition and on track.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me on the backpack? Yeah. Can you hold that for a sec?
That's what I'm trying to sort out. Sorry, guys.
Tia Hart.
Certainly one still out there. Tia Hart coming into cross now from New South Wales. Well done, Tia Hart.
Mixed team relays, and some of the events have had to be changed. But under the pressure that we did have yesterday and this morning, we do appreciate everybody's...
Final runner coming in now.
So we didn't have the official
And
race.
we're going to head off over to the pool to
o'clock.
see if we can catch over.
PA system. So I'm just going to do race briefing.
P-Max getting
for
away
next
to
race,
get those shots, and we
everyone should be
will
able to
bring
do
you
that
the
at the
final
same
runner
time.
coming in now.
So
straight down the funny finishing chute,
ladies,
and we'll
just to go
just
through
call
some
this
of the
girl in
rules
before
really,
we
really
get to the
quickly.
pool deck and
So we're
for
gonna
the start of
the
heat number
race
2 in the
with,
youth
on your marks,
females.
and then the horn will go. If we have a false start, if it's from
And that
more
is
than
Melissa
one
Bloom from
competitor,
New
then
South
you will
Wales
hear the
crossing the
horn go
finish
an
line
additional
now
time.
as we head
Everyone
back
will
to the
walk
swimming
back
pool.
and restart the race. If there's only one person who has had a
Entries.
false start, that person will be penalised and they will receive their penalty in transition.
We'll just wait for
They'll
the
be
in-ground
approached by a technical
announcement to
official and
finish.
they'll serve their
I
time
suspect you're
penalty,
getting that
which is
quite
10
clearly through our
seconds
microphones.
in transition. After the swim course, as you enter transition, your goggles and your swim cap needs to go into your green box. You need to put your shoes on and then go out on the run course. If you do receive a penalty in transition, that will be posted on the penalty notice board, which is on the far side of the run course. It will be posted with your race number and it will also have a letter next to it. That letter will tell you what the infraction or the penalty is for. It is mandatory that you look as you go on the run course every time that you go past the board. It is your responsibility to stop at the penalty box and serve your penalty. If you do not stop at the penalty box, you will be disqualified for this race and receive.
And the girls in heat 2 just standing by for their starting instructions. Some rules just being highlighted here.
If there's any other questions that you have,
And we've had to get some clarification on some of the competitors' names this morning, and also sorting out the starting order in this abbreviated event here for today. The schedule completely changed. A couple of events dropped off due to that storm yesterday, and here we go for heat 2 of the the youth females aquathlon.
That's it, and it is wave 2, as you did say, Harrow. In lane 1, it'll be Abby McLean. Lane 2 will be Mary Fitzsimmons and Hannah Roots and Chloe Mitchell. Lane 3, lane 4, Emma Niche and Eva Parrish. Lane 5, Aspen Anderson and Amy Benage. Lane 6, Amelia McDonald and Gabriel Jackson. Lane 7, Sophia McCarthy, and in lane 8, Billing.
So they're in the water and heading up the pool for their first 50-metre leg. And
Emma Niche,
400-metre swim.
Sorry, going over the top. Emma Niche, Eva Parrish and Aspen Anderson, well and truly out of the box, nice and early, going straight. And Emma Niche is 50, she's hit the turn first. And just starting to take probably about half the full body's length lead over Eva Parrish and Aspen Anderson.
And it's always that 100 that it takes to split the field PMAC, as you saw yesterday. The first 50 they're pretty much line ball, and then the next 50 they break up a little, and then the following 50, of course, they get into it even more and get into their rhythm and divide it up. The strong swimmers get that nice swimming stroke going. They know how to do their turns nicely, and the other competitors that are either cyclists or runners predominantly are usually at the tail end and just trying to keep in touch with the lead swimmers, because they know they can catch them either in the cycle leg or in the run leg if they keep within touch of them.
And just watching this after the first 100, going back into the 150 mark, we have Emma Niche has well and truly put quite a good length on Aspen Anderson.
It's called a clean pair of heels.
It certainly is.
That's all they can see.
Sophia McCarthy in lane 7 has actually started taking up, running third at the moment, but likely to be heading second by the time this 50-metre turn is in.
So Niche already coming back down the pool towards us. And big thank you to Nick on poolside with that mobile camera, doing an excellent job. He's picking up Emma Niche right now on that shot. But behind her there are 3 swimmers, pretty much within a body length of each other, but it's the swimmer in lane 7, Sophia McCarthy, who is in second place clearly. And then neck and neck between, I think it's Eva Parrish
and Aspen Anderson, correct.
Stroke for Australia. A little bit of a collision, almost there in lane 4, as Emma Niche turned and crossed over to the other side of the lane, left-hand side, but then realised at the last minute and was able to avoid a collision.
And Hannah Roots in lane 3 is just coming into touch for the 200, as is Amelia McDonald. And Gabrielle Jackson in the mix as well.
And Chloe Mitchell has turned in lane 3, heading up the pool behind Hannah Roots, and making a little bit of ground up on that uphill leg, as I call it. Of course, it's not uphill, but it's away from the bottom end of the pool. Already heading that back down, Emma Niche.
As we made mention before, the aquathlon is a 400-metre swim and 800-metre run for the ITU youth females, and this is wave 2 of today's schedule. And Emma Niche coming down, I believe this is the 300 mark, but it's certainly a handsome lead here. It's about 25-30 metres.
Emma took a quick look when she came out of the tumble turn to see where her lane mate was, and she's still on the left-hand side though.
Yeah, Sophie McCarthy, and that's probably a training ritual that they have, Harrow.
She wants to swim down the line.
Come up one side, down the other side, because they have one lane when they're actually doing training.
Absolutely, and they follow each other.
Correct.
Well, they're following all right. They're all following Emma Niche at this point in time.
Yeah, and Sophia McCarthy in lane 7 is the next closest, and that is by a long way. We're talking 25-30 metres, Harry.
About to turn in lane 5 is Amy Bunnage. A good shot there from Nick. Got the camera right over lane 5.
So, and just turning in lanes 1 and 2, we have Abby McLean and Mary Fitzsimmons. And as we see Emma Niche, she's on just about to get out of the pool, I'm guessing, and straight into transition for her 800-metre run with a very handsome lead.
And Niche heads into transition around there to change.
Arrow, they must have actually crossed over. It's Eva Parrish.
It was Eva Parrish.
It was
well
Eva
done,
Parrish.
Pima.
So pick that
Good
one
pick up. They did do the swap round, which is why she was probably trying to get back on track into her side of the lane. So Eva Parrish doing a great job there, avoiding a couple of collisions on the way.
Yeah, quite a few spectators and everyone in and around the exit point. So we have Sophia McCarthy, who's just exited the pool, and we have another couple of athletes. And now we have Emma Niche.
Making sure they get those shoes on securely for the all-important run, because that's where these following swimmers can actually make up some ground.
And Aspen Anderson was just going into transition. As we see another couple of the swimmers kick through. There's about 4 left in the pool.
Parrish heading around that first turn and has good rhythm straight away, straight into it. Got a stride length working. No problem there at all for Eva Parrish.
And Chloe Mitchell just out of the pool, heading into transition. Is going to be very, very close with these last 4 into transition.
Go, Emmy! That's it! Come on, Gabby!
I just end up leading the but now they'll be finished.
And you can see on our camera shot there, we've got the girls coming out of transition down the main straight in front of the grandstand here at the Sports Super Centre, and heading up into the first turn. Everybody out of the pool, of course, now. Abby McLean heading into that first turn, the big sweep turn to the left. And starting a run like Amelia McDonald around to that first turn, just getting.
If you can get out of the water, we're fine. You need to try and get back on track. This is a race start.
And females will be next there. Follow this the youth females. Okay, I've been corrected again. Thank you, PMAC.
It's just the scheduling because of the storm events and everything tonight, yesterday afternoon.
Bit scattered.
Slightly scattered. They're going to go into the youth males.
Of which there are three
there are
heats for
three
the
heats.
youth males. 2 heats of youth females, followed by 3 heats of youth males.
Here we go, Harrow coming in to cross the line. And we have Eva Parrish from Queensland with a clean pair of heels. She's absolutely smashed this course here this morning. She obviously had a good breakfast, good sleep, well rested, straight into today's competition to get maximum points as best that she could.
And good training for Eva Parrish. Of course, all based on time as well. So we saw Tamsin Hill win heat number 1 in first place. Eva Parrish comes across the line first position in heat number 2. The fastest of those 2 girls around this course will get the maximum points. And then we've got Sophia McCarthy across the line. She goes striding and didn't slow down until she got right across that finish line. Great run there, Sophia McCarthy. Sophia.
And Anderson coming in the 3rd positioning.
Another good run. And big effort there.
Big effort by Gabrielle Jackson with competitor 166. So gutsed it out well and truly on that one. And then she's followed home by Emma Niche. There's a little bit of a down the chute here to her.
Yeah, great run.
So we have Chloe Mitchell.
And Bunnage.
Amy Bunnage.
Amy Bunnage crosses there now. Followed in by Hannah Roots from New South Wales. Couple of girls still out on the run course, putting in a big effort there. Quite a warm morning for this time of the day. This heat started.
And that's Mary Fitzsimmons has just passed us here, so just crossing the line, getting the time checked off.
Just after 7:30, 7:36 here in Queensland.
And Zoe Billings crosses the line.
Great effort, breathing easily. And the last 2 competitors, the final 2 competitors coming in now. Abby McLean. Crosses made up a bit of time in that run. A good effort. Heat 2 completed now. As we see Amelia McDonald cross the finish line, that closes out heat number 2 here for the youth females. And that was an effort, 400 metre swim, 800 metre run. We head to event number 3, youth males. Wave number 1 or heat number 1. And we'll bring you that starting field in just a moment. The starters may actually be in the pool. We'll get across there with our camera, bring you those shots just as soon as we can. We should be picking them up, and Nick has now got vision of that. For the youth males, heat number 1 in lane 1, Ethan Brelsford, Riley Billingham, Archie Moore, all in lane 1. In lane 2, Jackson Connell, Lachlan Rayner. In lane 3, Lewis Potter and Liam Wilcox. In lane 4, Billy Zavatsanos and Peyton Craig. In lane 5, Sam Lindsay and Casper Larkin. In lane 6, it's Jacob McKee, and Brady Blake. In lane 7, Henry Pearce and Jack Young. Lane 8, William Apps, Marty Hatterley and Samuel Page. They're in the water, and we're bringing you that vision right now.
Lean forward and
Again, 400 metre swim, 800 metre run. With the tactical turns at the back straight. And we'll track these guys as they're coming down in the pool and keep you in touch with those. Back in just a moment.
Sorry, gents. Nick's just looking for your attention.
I don't know what he's saying. Thanks, I don't know what he's saying though.
Is it the heat? No, it's heat. No, he's saying lead.
Oh, yeah. And as you can see on that camera shot there in lane 4, we've got going stroke for stroke Billy Zavatsanos and Peyton Craig. Really just keeping each other pumping there. It's great effort from these two, doing a wonderful job. So Zavatsanos and Craig in lane 4. New South Wales and Queensland, stroke for stroke, shoulder to shoulder, all the way down, heading back down the pool now. They've got a very significant lead. They get out of the pool with a good lead, it gives them that massive advantage on the run leg. And over in lane number 1, you can see the close up there. And,
Very
we've
close.
got 3 swimmers, all within a body length of each other. That's Ethan Brelsford, Riley Billingham and Archie Moore, having a battle in lane number 1.
Yeah, and then we just saw the turning Lachlan Rayner. And now coming out of the pool in lane 4, we have Billy Zavansanos, Peyton Craig as well, going into transition.
Neck and neck as they head out to get their shoes. BMAC, I'll leave you to pick up these swimmers getting out. There's another 3 coming in. They'll be hot on the chase.
That's it, and it's going to be coming out of there. It looks like it's going to be Lewis Popper and also Casper Larkin. And followed by them.
Good shots of the swimmers getting out of the pool and running into the transition area through the chute from the pool into transition on the track.
Looks like it may have been Marty Hathley.
Thanks, Nick, for those shots going into transition. So Nick picking them up as they come through the chute quite clearly, and now out on the run. And it's Peyton Craig leading Billy Zavatsanos out of transition and taking a significant lead in the run.
Yeah, Liam Wilcox just past your screens. He goes into transition. We'll call through on the run, but you can see their jerseys. That is Casper Larkin heading into that first turn, just trying to find his rhythm in the run leg. And the final few coming out of the pool now. Archie Moore just turning into transition in background. We'll be heading down to trackside as soon as we can get from. Lachlan Rayner just taking off there from Queensland to find his shoes in transition. And as those final swimmers come out of the pool and clear that area, the track official will let us get out onto the track where we get some a better calling for you. But certainly you're getting all of the shots there from Nick's mobile camera work. Samuel Page running through there from Queensland. And I think we're clear to travel.
that comes from the pool to the track. And, once we get clearance there, we'll get out and bring you all the information that's coming backside and tell you where your favourite runners are. Rainer just leaving there along with more. One more runner coming out of transition.
Yes, and that was Lachlan Rayner and Samuel Peach were the last ones coming through the transition.
Yeah, and this gets out on the run, good stride length, good rhythm. Young man with going very, very well. So we'll head over to the back straight where most of the run leg takes place. Modified a run course, which is a little bit technical with 2 U-turns. I keep repeating because it is very different to last year. And track redesigns for the run and the cycle legs, very, very interesting and very challenging for the runners. This is heat 1 of the youth males in the aquathlon. First place, Billy Zavantsanos. We'll just go and check there. And Billy leads in there very, very well. Very strong finish there, but he wasn't first. He was in fact second. Peyton Craig took out the first place position. Peyton Craig, Billy Zavantsanos. And they're now on the finish line. So Craig first, Zavantsanos second. Larkin finishing off well there. I think Casper Larkin came in about 4th place. Lewis Potter in there as well before him. Good running, great efforts. And we've just seen Liam Wilcox cross the line as well. And here comes the next wave of all of these runners heading in. So those runners just finishing off that heat number 1 now. Heat number 2, I believe, has hit the water. We'll bring you those competitors at the moment. And officials here rolling through this very, very quickly to try and catch up on time. We are actually already running just a little bit late.
And I'll quickly run through wave 3 as we walk and talk there, Harrow. Wave 3 of the ITU youth males, it will be Rowan Barnes in lane 1. So, I've skipped ahead. So it's actually wave 2. We have Ryan Billingham, Spencer Lukey, Alexander Smith in lane 1, Zane Bowen, Mason Pavich in lane 2, lane 3, Cooper Castwell and Angus Haggerty, lane 4, Matthew Bamford, lane Sebastian Wingard, Callum Close, lane 6, and Small, lane 7, Tom Allen and Jasper Hayden Allen, Alistair Hickey and Isaac Bennett. That's the competitors in this wave 2.
So poolside here, we've got Nick back on poolside. He's putting in the hard yards. Lane 4 leading away here. And Nick
Matthew Lowe.
making sure that's where he's shooting at lane number 4. And it is Matthew Lowe, as you called it, PMAC, and Braden Bamford. Certainly it's Lowe leading away, but Bamford, Wingard and Close. Callum Close, Sebastian Wingard, Braden Bamford, all in a line, and then behind them in what is 5th place. Very closely it will be, I think it's Hayden Small in lane 6.
Hayden Small, and closely trailing there by Zane Bowen.
Oh, this is going to be exciting on the track. By the time these guys all get out of the pool, this is going to be close racing.
But a clean pair of heels, well and truly being shown by Matthew Lowe.
Tom Langdon McMillan, I should say. Let me say that again. Tom Langdon McMillan in lane 7, and Jasper Sumsky turn and head up the pool again. And I think only 2 swimmers in lane 8, we had 3 listed. And heading down in lane 4, it's all been broken up in lane 4. It will be Matthew Lowe with a great lead in lane 4. He's opened a huge gap there.
And his next closest competitor is in the same lane, which is Braden Bamford, and then be followed by lane 5. It's Sebastian Wingate and Callum Close.
Yeah, and Bamford has opened a bit of a lead for himself there. He's gapped them just a little bit, gives him a little bit of breathing space by about 3 body lengths.
And then following will be Hayden Small in lane 6, as you can see on shot.
There's the lane 5 guys turning together. Wingate and Close. Great shot there and a close-up on the turn. That was Hayden Small on the turn in that last shot there, and he's followed in to the turn in lane 6 by Douglas Chapman.
And Zane Brown just turns himself over in lane 2, as does Mason Pavich.
And it is Matthew Lowe leading down the pool though as he heads back towards the starting blocks end. And Lowe kicking out, trying to finish this off and get a head start in the run leg. As we said, 400 metre swim, 800 metre run of course. And any advantage you can get out of the pool to get into transition and get your shoes on and get around that track, be first into the first turn, a massive advantage.
And coming out of the water, lane 4, we have Matthew Lowe.
There he goes in the all black uniform there, the speed suit, and away he goes.
Following him out of the pool should be Braden Bamford, and then that would be followed by Sebastian Wingate and Callum Close.
Well
Then
done,
Hayden
Braden.
Small. So a few of the guys well and truly starting to go into transition.
Lane 6 the next out, Hayden Small goes into transition in position 5. It'll whip it when he gets on the track with his shoes going.
Zane Bowen out of the pool, heading off, up on your screen at the moment, going into transition.
Comes out in 6th position.
Douglas Chapman heading into transition. Now another group of 4 or 5 going through, as you can see up there. We're just catching
Carswell got through on the back of Chapman.
And Ryan Billingham just going through there.
And there's the
Caden
pool
Allen.
almost clear. We'll go trackside because that's where the camera is. And you can see that mobile shot down the main straight as those runners come out of transition and head off into the big first turn. Head around to that back straight to do their technical run legs. And we them up. They do this run of 800 metres very, very quickly. And we have to be careful we don't get our camera too far away because here they come around for their
that's a chasing
lap.
group that are coming through the transition.
Yep. They're a chase group, all right. Look at their legs already. They've all got cadence working very well. Haggerty going through, leading, closely followed. They'll be pushing each other up into that technical part of the run leg.
And Spencer Lukey just finalising that chase group.
It's a nice turn, that one. and they're out there busy now doing their north-south return legs. It's a big run effort for them, and they will head for this finishing chute not long after that. And we tried to bring you some more close-up shots of that a little earlier, but at the same time as that was happening, the lead group had finished their last part of the 700 metres or so, 600 metres, and turned for the finish. So
there was no mucking around. They were out of the pool into the sprints. It wasn't actually a jog.
We had 3 finishes coming up, and here comes the lead now. Coming down into the main turn, heading for home. He's looking for the finishing chute. Coming in there for a very good third. What a great run from Thomas, and showed his wares on the run leg. These guys get straight in there, get cared for by the first aid officials here, making sure they get fluid, and Beale crosses the finish line now. So the run checkers, Vella coming in to finish off. A good run in the clear, chased by Butler. Butler goes in, and following him Fletcher and Barnes racing it out to the finish line, looking for a good time. Lachlan Crome crossing there, breathing easily, nice steady run. Silverwood followed by Campbell up close, he's hurting just a little bit. Crichton coming in with Paslow right behind him. Hugh Moore comes in now. Hugh Moore, yeah, he's had hard work this morning, but he crosses, doesn't give up, they don't miss a step, these guys. One runner on the course as we go back poolside. And back to the pool, event number 6 this morning in a very changed schedule. We go to junior females. Junior females now for this next event, wave number 1. I'm not sure if we've got vision coming to you at the moment or not. Wave number 1 for the junior females is the starting line is like this. Chelsea Madden in lane 1 with Sarah Dixon. In lane 2 it's Freya Robinson Mills, sharing that with Jordan Router. Jordan Router shares lane 2. Then we go to lane 3 with Rebecca Henderson and Ella Vickers in lane 3. And then in lane 4 we've got Charlotte Derbyshire and Lucinda Rourke. Lane 5 is Emma Olsen-Keating and Maddie Haskins. Lane 6 is Sunny Star Carusi and Erin Wooldridge. Lane 7, Arnica Allen and Paige Cranage. Lane 8 is Bailey Kavarik and Ella Walscott. So lane 3, Rebecca Henderson leads away with a significant lead, very comfortable stroke out there and going well. Henderson quite a few lengths in front there, as you can see. And then in lane 4, Lucinda Rourke, Charlotte Derbyshire making the turn there. They've swapped sides, I think, by the look of those two. They start in lane A and B sides, and then, as PMAC mentioned earlier, they drop into training format and swap lanes, swap sides. So a good event here, and they've started to break up just a little here on the list, and getting as much vision to you as we possibly can as Nick appears now, getting the first one out of the water. And that's Rebecca Henderson, first out of the water, who had that great lead from Victoria.
And Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte, Derbyshire we actually have coming through, and followed by Ella Vickers.
Yep, Ella Vickers there comes out of the water third into transition, and this is all very, very close. Shoulder to shoulder. We just see all of the competitors getting out of that water. Jordan Rowdy, you saw her go through as well. Nick's just changed position and he's getting them coming through the chute, from the pool to the chute. And on that shot there is Emma Olsen-Keating from New South Wales. Good camera work there under difficult situations. Erin Wooldridge runs through.
There goes Sarah Dixon about to come into transition. And still a couple of competitors left in the pool, but we're going to break and go down on trackside.
Yep, we'll bring you the names of those 5 swimmers as they get out into transition. Greenwich in transmission at the moment. Good shot there from our cameraman Nick. And Greenwich gets the shoes on, takes off, change over here. And those final 5 swimmers now out of the pool. And the gates open to release us to go over to the trackside. As we said, they get through these very, very quickly, these athletes. And we don't have time to get our cameras right across to the technical leg on the back straight. But we get you as much as we can of them coming out through transition, then out on the main straight, heading into the first turn before they go out there for that U-turn leg. A couple of U-turns in the 800 metre run.
And we've just been notified that the junior female is actually going to start wave 2. So again, trying to catch up on time, and we're just crossing over for the video footage. It's going to be running over to poolside, and we have in lane 1, we have Jade Cox, Phoebe Dickerson in lane 1, Jessica and Kelsey Mitchell in lane 2. Lane 3, Hannah Maloney. And there has actually been a change. We have
Hannah Maloney followed by Grace Kells, and then Jazzy Coventry, Bridget McCormack, and Kirsty Beattie. We had one competitor listed 3 times, so we've had to scribble on our sheet there. Hannah Maloney was listed 3 times, but after Hannah was Grace Kells. And
in lane 5, Anna Pinto and Sarah Wallace in lane 6. Lane 7 is Abigail Andrea and Amy Junkfa, and in lane 8 we have Macy Roberts and Zoe Thursby. So that is going to be how they shape up, and it looks like they've already been in.
Here comes the first runner into the finish chute, already on the swim now for the girls. And this is wave 1 of the junior females, and let's see crossing the finish line first. It's a good run coming down the chute as we stride there and split our time between here and the finish line. 3 behind her though. It's Henderson, Rebecca Henderson finishes first. Well done from Victoria, Rebecca Henderson. Here's the race for second place. There's 3 of them striding out. PMAC's going to call it. Derbyshire comes in second. Our camera shot getting that finishing line now.
Ella Vickers, who just crosses the line in through here.
And I think she was about 5th place, PMAC.
And now we have Keating, who's making a bit of a change coming through. And she's going to be followed by List.
That race for second. All 3 girls really putting in the hard yards there. We're going to try and catch up with that swim race in there for... No. If we can keep up with that camera.
Really underway. Harrow in the pool side, as we're just seeing the
head over to the pool deck with Nick and see what we can bring you as they come out of the pool. Very competitive, the pressure's on everybody here, and PMAC and I are going to turn into athletes with Nick.
Your heat's full out, yeah? Fourth one.
We'll be back in just a moment. We've got a bunch of stairs to compete with. They could well beat us.
We need a step counter.
Junior females, wave 2. Lane 4 leads the way again, not surprisingly. Jazzy Coventry. Now's the cameraman Nick tracking that swim leg perfectly. And we saw Coventry swimming very well earlier. Second place, there's 3 swimmers, stroke for stroke, all within a body length. And we get used to seeing this sort of competition. It is so close. Lane 3, Hannah Maloney. Grace Kells, as we mentioned, turns with her.
And that's going to be followed lane 2. Mitchell.
Yeah, we've got in front of them Bridget McCormack in lane 4.
And as we quickly cut across over to lane 7, where we have Abigail Andrea.
So our shot just picking up there on lane 7. A couple of swimmers just crossing over. And coming down through lane 7, it's Abigail Adira and Amy Junkfa. Amy heading this way towards the block, and Abigail Adira heading the opposite direction. We're tracking Amy Junkfa at the moment in lane 7, in to watch her turn. Nice turn. Great shot there of that turn as Amy heads back up the pool.
And Jazzy Coventry is the first athlete out of the water as she about to head into transition, followed by the athletes in lane 3, and it looks like it's going to be Hannah Maloney and Grace Kells. Now we also have McCormack, so Bridget McCormack getting out of the water and heading over to transition. So Jessica Pike and Mitchell, so we have Kelsey Mitchell and a group of about 3 or 4 about to get out of the pool at the moment. And lane 7 we have Abigail Andrea, so Annie Pinto and Sarah Wallace, as we can see on your screen, as he's panning over to the transition zone just to have a look-see and watch the girls go through the transition motions. And we're going to head trackside very shortly as all competitors are out of the pool.
And a great shot there of the runners heading into that first turn as per normal. As Adira in close-up leaving transition on the main straight and running into that turn. Followed by Annie Pinto. Junkfa comes out into transition there, goes to find her shoes and gets them on as quickly as possible. Quick transition. Last one out of the pool, can she make up ground on the track? Shoes just giving a little bit of trouble there as she's trying to get them on. And we go back to the next shot there as we go back poolside.
And it will be junior females wave 3. And from there we have in lane 1 Olivia Forms and Mia Elkinson. In lane 2 Emily Fortunato Clocker and Brianne Finch. Lane 3 Ola Evans and Emma Greenwood. Lane 4 is Marley Quigley and Chloe Bater. Lane 5 will be Mia Quinton and Georgie Fredericks. Lane Madeline Manny and Abby Riz. Emma McInnes, lane 7 with Abby Waddington, and in lane 8 will be Emily Lingard. As we've actually just sort of, I'm going to go track. We're going to split the commentary. We'll be up the side as others be on the course to see how the run leg finishes from wave 2. And we're just sort of following through with the swim side of things at the moment. And it is the athletes in lane 4, the swimmers in lane 4, which is Chloe Bater, who's just taking a slight lead in this first 100 metres.
And coming across the finish line now in great style, it is Jazzy Coventry brings up that first place. And there's her there with a great lead. Grace Kells coming in place for Grace Kells crosses now with great speed and rhythm. Followed by Kelsey Mitchell in third. And Bridget McCormack fourth. Well done, girls. Great result there. And coming in now it is Maloney. Hannah Maloney in fifth. Great line crossing there. Coming as land. The finishing line is as they get in good and now get cut. Abigail Ladera, Wallace. Four more runners coming in now, pushing into the finish line. And you can see Macy Roberts coming in there for I think about a 12th place, and Zoe Thursby picking up the pace there towards the finish line. And Jade Cochran. Good finishing here from Phoebe Dickerson goes in there, and a good finish. Couple more to come. Maybe only.
That's it. And poolside here, we are in the closing stages of this. It is actually wave 3 of the ITU junior females, and it is, as we said, lane 4. We do have leading this part of the race. It is Chloe Bater, and she's being pursued by, in lane 5, it'll be Georgie Fredericks and her lane partner Marley Quigley. And over in lane 3, it looks like Emma Greenwood. I just need to get confirmation on that one. But we're just coming down to the 300 metre mark, and it is a 400 metre swim followed by an 800 metre run. And Chloe Bater, well and truly, she's actually just sort of got a little bit to the left and got caught up, a little bit of tanglement into the lane ropes, which is going to give her competitor in lane 5, so Meg Quinton, to actually catch up a few lengths. Over in lane 6, we do have Madeline Manny, who's just starting to power home, and see how they're going on this last 50 metres as we see Chloe Bater just make the final turn for this part, or this leg of the and now just turning in lane 7 was Abby Waddington, as we can see. And the camera is going to be showing Chloe Bater as she gets out of the water. She's on her last, about 25 metres to go. And then she will be followed out of the water by Georgie Fredericks. And in lane 6 it's going to be Madeline Manny. That's the way it looks like they're going to be getting out of the pool at this stage as they head into transition. And Chloe Bate up well and truly out of the water first and nice and clean. No slipping. We did see some slippage going out of yesterday's events. And Georgie Fredericks out and on your screen. Into transition. Evans, Manny, Quigley, all in a chase group. Fawns. And a couple more swimmers just about to bounce out of the pool at this moment in time. We have Ruse.
And Chloe Bader leads out on the...
Still 5 competitors in the water. And as we said, they're going to make up, no doubt, in transition and on their 800-metre run that they do have, as we just see Brianne Finch head into transition. And Emily Fortunasu Clocker joining the group as she goes into transition. One of the remainders, we've got Emily Lingard, McInnes and Eltonson. And now it's down trackside for Harrow.
And out here on the run leg beside the track, we can bring you where we're up to with the runners. Leading out of the transition area was Chloe Bate up holding down first, followed by Georgie Fredericks in second place. In third place it was Ola Evans. In fourth place on the track, Madeline Manny. Fifth on the track, Marley Quigley. Sixth place out of transition, Olivia Fawns. And then in seventh place out of transition was Abby Ruiz. The rest of the girls through there now, and they're all out on the track and chasing them all down. At the moment is Mia Elgerson chasing them down now, and they're all out there on the track. They're all in the what I call the hot dog side of the track on the back straight, where they go U-turn to U-turn. So shaped a bit like a hot dog. Big first turn easily, and then they go into the up U-turn. Very tactical and a very strategic on the turns. Also get opportunity, as I've mentioned previously, see where competitors are. They are doing whether to add a little bit more pace, or if they can afford to drop a little bit off for that finish. Of course, it is an 800 metre. Let's see if those group of girls fishing or if they're rangers. And as you that's cool. And at the end, one leg. They get through the 800 very, very quickly as well, as you may have noticed. Split our broadcasting responsibility, and we'll take you to poolside again soon for the next wave. But heading towards the finish now, we see Chloe Bate up, I believe it will be. No, she's not. I picked the wrong one, wrong uniform. Similar, this Bate up's coming out there now, down that back straight around the final turn, and she'll hook into the finishing chute. And Bate up coming down the finishing chute right now, and as we see her striding in the goal from the Australian Capital Territory in Canberra, it will be Chloe Bate up. A big finish here as the coach encourages her, verbally encouraging her. Bate up striding in, looking for a great time. Well done, Bate up. Good run there from the girl from Canberra. Running with the ACT. Let's see who's next. And it is still Georgie Fredericks. Good run there from Fredericks. Kept pace with Bate up, and a great finish there, striding out strongly. Who gets the all-important third place? Yes, there's changes. She's come from fourth to third. Madeline Manny finishes third across the line. Great finish there and a great run. It's Marley Quigley coming in there for fourth place finish, followed in by Ola Evans in fifth. Dropped a couple of places there on the run leg, Ola Evans, but still maintaining and getting fifth place. Good finish as we go back to the pool deck very shortly for the next swim event.
And it is back over poolside, as we do see in front of you the images coming through for the ITU Junior Females. It's wave 4 of the aquathlon. And we go through the competitors in lane order. It's Chantel McCarthy in lane 1 with Abby Owendyke. Jacinta Cliff and Abby Vickers in lane 2. Lane 3, Ella Lane and Torrin Squires. Tara Sosinski and Yasmin Dohi in lane 4. Lane 5, Brianne Moe and Caitlin Sent. Lane 6 is Madeline Manny and Myra Larkin. Lane 7, Ella Wooldridge and Jessie Dean. And lane 8 is Harriet Irving. And I can tell you that in lane 4 we have Tara Sosinski, well and truly in control of this race, and she's actually got again about another 25 metres or so lead upon the next competitor, who is Abby Owendyke. And then there's a group of around approximately 5 swimmers. It includes Chantel McCarthy, Jacinta Cliff, and in lane 3 it's Ella Lane and Torrin Squires. And actually, just as we may have just seen, Sheeta. And lane 1 putting in a big effort is Nick Frisby. And in lane 5 it's Bailey Giles and Bryden Pettiford Dank. And we were listed with 2 competitors in lane 6, but as soon as they get out of the water I'll be able to tell you whether it was Cooper Giles or Lachlan Blake. And Oscar Dart coming up, about to come out of the pool and into transition. Well and truly Oscar Dart. He's going to be followed by Yuki Hayashida from Japan, one of the invitational athletes. Giles, Blake, McAuliffe, Hannaford Dank, and Elliot Roberts as well joining that pack. Now there's a group of 4 where we have Lee, Tudor and Ryan. So yeah, Connor Ryer, Cooper Lee, or Lee Cooper, Nick Frisby as well. So only a couple of competitors still left in the pool. We have Liam Dixon, Thomas O'Callaghan, Liam and Robert Stringer as we go all the way into transition. So one more competitor to come out of the pool, which is Robert Stringer, and now we're going to go trackside.
And trackside here we've got the men's coming out of transition, and the first one out, as you may well expect, is Oscar Dart. Oscar Dart charging away, the Victorian, a significant lead on the track as he takes off into that dogleg site. And second out behind him, chasing hard too, the Japanese competitor Yuki Hashida. He's in second. Bailey Giles came out third, followed by Nick Frisby and Elliot Roberts, and a close 6th place Samuel McAuliffe tied up there with Bryden Pettiford Dank, and they were locked together going into that first turn. So we're bringing you good vision of that.
Copy, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Get back.
I told you.
It's on communications at QLD. Sorry, just a quick heads up, when they come out the pool, I'll just quickly slide across. I just don't want to accidentally bump into people. Actually, I might do it now, just so I'm not in anyone's way. Sorry. Sorry, I just squeezed past you quickly. Sorry, mate. Yeah, Maddie receiving. Sorry, repeat that again. It's not ideal, but if you were to put one up, maybe the center one. Yeah, I'd say maybe the center one if you can put that one up. The middle one's not going to provide much shade anyway because it's track. Copy. Nick to Jade. I know you're probably busy on the computer at the moment. Can you get a spare battery and get it ready for me? Sorry, I mean a spare radio battery.
You can do it.
But I don't have the Devonport commentators. They would have chucked the fit in now. PMAC's been awesome. No. By all accounts, it's working fine. It's just every hour or so it just drops out. Thank you.
Terry.
Yes, lane 6. Has anyone got a spare pair of goggles somewhere? Just step down for a minute, guys, please. Gentlemen, on your marks!
I thought it was raining again for a second. I took one look up, I'm like, what? No. We might get a little sprinkling, but that's normal. Nick to Jade. Any chance of that battery? Perfect, just on pool deck.
Ready to go? Okay, we're going live now.
Where's Sam?
Where's what?
Where's Sam?
And welcome back to the Triathlon Australia Super Sprint Race Weekend 2019. Broadcasting live from the Sports Super Centre at Runaway Bay on the Gold Coast of Australia. Yes, day 3, the afternoon of day 3 fact of this 4-day event. And it's Saturday the 14th of December. This is presented by Triathlon Queensland on behalf of Triathlon Australia. And hello, I'm Paul Harradine, and with Paul McCulloch from Sports Broadcasting Australia, we're bringing you all of this high-paced action from the Sports Super Centre at Runaway Bay. As I said, we're just waiting for the next event to start. We've had a bit of an interval with a lunch break, and the rookie event has been completed as well. 2 heats in the rookie event just completing. The last few runners coming around there into that finish line. Good event there for the rookies. And last year I think they were Youth B division. They're the rookies now, and their event, although it's very important, it doesn't count for points in the Super Series through the end of the season. So we're getting ready now for the junior females event. Will be the next one in the pool. We go into triathlon format, of course, back to that after the aquathlon this morning, and they were terrific events as well. The pool is in readiness, and the first event, swimmers are getting ready for their briefing. The officials checking the names, making sure everybody knows which lanes they're going to. And we'll get to that lineup very, very soon. Girls just going up to their starting blocks in order. Then the starter will take control of them. So for this wave number 1 in the junior females hyper sprint, which will start at actually ultra sprint this one. Juniors doing 300 metres, swim 6 kilometre cycle, and 1.2 kilometre run to round that off in this triathlon. Starter now briefing the swimmers as they stand on the pool deck in their starting block positions, and the lineup will be from lane 1.
And 1, it is Emma McInnes, Chantel McCarthy, and lane 2 is Abby Vickers, Ella Wooldridge, Anne Pinto and Madeline Manny in lane 3. Lane 4 is Charlotte Derbyshire and Emma Olsen-Keating. Lane 5 is Marley Quigley and Brianne Moe. Jazzy Coventry and Kirsty Beatty in lane 6. Lane 7, Tara Sosinski and Meg Quinton. Lane 8 is Mia Elkjudson and Abby Owendyke. And that's the way that they are lining up in this. It is wave 1 of the junior female hyper sprint triathlon.
Strong lineup. The starter, the official starter, taking up her position right now, and the shot right across the blocks there with our one and only camera today, the mobile camera. As we said, a lot of equipment taken out last night in the thunderstorm with the heavy lightning. Swimmers now standing down. The officials just checking all the competitors as they stand down and just waiting on a start again. But as we said, we go straight back to the triathlon format. We've got junior females followed by junior males. And then after these events this afternoon, we will go into the youth finals in ultra sprint triathlon, and that will round the day off. 3 finals events, and those lists being verified right now by the officials to make sure everything is accurate, all points are being calculated properly. And the starter just hesitating on the start here and checking that everybody is ready to go. I think they're waiting for the final signal after the previous events,
Which is all done.
to go ahead with a start. Scheduled for an 11 a.m. start. We're going to head a little bit ahead of time because there are more thunderstorms forecast for late this afternoon. So officials here trying to get everything underway and keep it rolling along, and maybe make up a bit of time to create a buffer in case we do have more storms.
In the start position, just about to get back into the starter's hands here, poolside for the hyper sprint triathlon, wave 1.
And away they go for the first 50 metres of 200 metres in the swim leg. Stroke for stroke for the first 50, and when they turn, they come out in a little bit of a pecking order. And at the end of the 200, that split will be there. The strongest swimmers, of course, will be heading to the front. I can tell you now, straight away, getting away in lane 6, as you may expect, Jazzy Coventry. Coventry will turn a body length in front of the other swimmers and start heading back down through lane 6. To be specific, lane 6A. Going with Coventry, we've got, guess what? Tara Sosinski. We'll go stroke for stroke, battling it out with each other. 2 very good competitors. Always standouts.
And sharing that also, Harrows, is Charlotte Derbyshire. So we have the top 3 that are running from them. Tara Sosinski, who this morning had a very good run in the and swim.
As did Coventry. Both setting the pace well and truly. They're the sort of well-balanced, well-rounded athlete. They're good at the swim leg, good on the bike, and also good runners. So they certainly put the challenge out to all those following them. As we always say, you've got some of the swimmers that are not up to pace with them, but they can catch them on the cycle. They certainly put up a good battle, make up ground on the cycle leg, and then the runners, of course, for the back end of this triathlon event.
Jazzy Coventry is the first one to spin on that one, closely followed by Tara Sosinski. And Charlotte Derbyshire is also in the lead pack. And there's a group of about 4 or 5 other athletes. And quickly running through those ones, we have Brianne Moe.
Swim leg, first heat of the junior females.
Jazzy Coventry is kicked a little bit, probably about half a body's length at the moment, by Tara Szynski. And Charlotte Derbyshire just turning for her last 50 metres. But the lead two, which is Jazzy Coventry and Tara Szynski, they've got around about 15 to 20 metre gap on the next competitor, which is Charlotte Derbyshire. So it should be just about to pop out of the pool. And it looks like Jazzy Coventry and, as we said, Szynski first into the transition area, followed closely by Charlotte Derbyshire.
Absolutely neck and neck in first position there as they head into transition and get those bikes organised. Madeline Manny in there fast into transition.
Go Emma!
Good shot of the girls coming out of the pool and through the chute into the transition area. Nick down there with the camera all over that as the girls charge through that narrow exit into the transition area. Great coverage from the mobile camera, and going through that shot is Ella Wooldridge and into transition. Heading out on the bikes, you've got a good shot there right now of Madeline Manny. Went into transition in position 4, followed out by Marley Quigley. And you can see there the shot of the girls out of transition and going into the mounting area. There's a whole bunch of 5 and 6 heading into the mounting area now, a little bit of congestion, and as they head up into the mounting area on that cycle leg, they get onto that bike, they go up a very short, sharp hill and also go to the left as well, so they've got a turn to negotiate as well as a very steep rise, and that climbs and climbs and climbs to an area up behind the back straight side of this ground, up on a hill, all an incline, and then they'll go a very sharp turn to the left, probably about 100 degrees. It's a very sharp one, goes tight. Well, it's tight back on the left, 90 degree turn, let's call it. There's a dish train and a very, very steep climb that's a real fire burner. They come up to the top to a big sweeping turn, then very technical downhill to a sharp left and then a sharp right, an S-bend if you like, or a chicane, down through the other end of the dish train, hard right, back to the 90 degrees again. Then they're able to pick up pace on the flat and head downhill just slightly before going at a big sweeping left-hand turn out of the course proper.
And we actually saw, we had the opportunity earlier in the day to have a look at some of the competitors doing some warm-ups, and also in the rookie league that came through where they were going the actual camera shots, but with the way that they were coming up the hill, if you didn't get your pedals right, they were actually dragging and actually catching in the gutters and the other bits and pieces as they're trying to go around those and negotiate those sharp turns.
The riders have to be very careful. As we said, it's a new technical part of the cycle leg that was introduced this year, and it does test them out for as they get older and races do get more technical in the longer distance races. It's a very integral part of their training. So, and that's hence what happens also in the run leg when they go into what I call the hot dog. They do 2 U-turns, very, very sharp U-turns. Our camera up there on top of the far side hill, trying to bring you as much of the action as we possibly can. And Nick doing a good job with that single camera as he tries to zoom in, and we'll get as much as possible to you.
So if you are racing in the youth,
We can't give you too much coverage as far as positions go, but we'll bring you absolutely as much as we can. You get the vision, we can't get the detail of positions unfortunately.
afternoon. So you will be able to relax soon, but your access will be through.
This is wave number 1 of 4 waves for the junior females. It will be followed by 5 waves of junior males this afternoon.
And whilst we've got a little bit of break before we can actually come back and see the competitors ourselves, I'd just like to take the opportunity that from Triathlon Queensland would like to thank the team from Sports Super Centre, the City of Gold Coast, and they're proud to provide support for the 2019 Super Sprint Race Weekend. As capital, these kinds of events bring enormous and social benefit. The City of Gold Coast will continue to offer their support to national sporting bodies. Also, all of the volunteers, Teresa and Team Rex, for assisting on course. They're going to be having to get a couple of tents because they got slightly damaged. The big storm that hit. TQ staff, Tim, Nick, Amber, Penny, Matt, Cody and Maddie, and the event Jade, Kai and Curtis. Warren, Terry and Hugh from First Response, Tony, Elk and Timing Wizards, and the technical team, and of course Triathlon Australia. I'll take the opportunities to thank those. And also some of the partners that have actually got behind the event. We've got the Queensland Government, Triathlon Australia, the City of Gold Coast, Nissan of course, Triathlon Queensland, Morris Blackburn Lawyers, and Vorgy and the Timing Wizard.
Most of the crowd now on top of the hill and out on the cycle course. They get as far out there as they can. Some of the spectators will go quite a few hundred metres up the course. There is the sharp U-turn as they complete each lap out there. And again, that course is more technical this year, even when they get out on that big, as I called it, the course proper. The first part I've already described with the little inclines and hills and sharp turns. When they get out on the course proper, they're able to build up a lot of speed, but they do have to negotiate a chicane and 3 U-turn areas. They no longer go continuously out past what we call the big football field areas where they get fast sweeping corners to the right. They actually go have a sharp U-turn to make it more technical. They come back and sweep to the left very, very hard. Another great way out to a second U-turn. Then they head back into the main U-turn towards the stadium. And they do that to keep all of their pace going because it is, in this event, a 4 leg.
We're just marshalling now.
Okay. And indicate 30 minutes schedule and attempting to stay ahead of any forecast storms that may be coming this way. Commentary team, Paul McCulloch and Paul Harridan from Sport Casting, getting ready near the transition area as the cyclists come. On the top of the hill, who have a long distance view of the competitors way out there on the cycle course, and not able to use our mobile camera for that at the moment. We've got the long distance shot as well. We can't get further out on the course because it's the only camera we're able to operate today due to the thunderstorms and lightning damage caused late yesterday afternoon. So I presently bring you as much detailed coverage as we can possibly do. And as those cyclists come into the dismount area, we will be calling them through. Nick will continue the video coverage as best he can from that high-rise position that he's in at the moment. It is a good position. You can see them coming in through that main straight, as I would call it. And after they come past that final U-turn point, go straight ahead towards the stadium, they sweep to the right, and then they have a very, very sharp left-hand turn around some machinery sheds and down the hill into the dismount area. Again, very technical, and they need to be able to pull up and make those turns. We saw a few falls yesterday and a few minor scrapes and injuries, but all competitors still in the race. We know that yesterday one of the girls certainly came off and got grazed legs pretty heavily, but she's all right and back in the pool today, swimming and doing a great job, still competing very, very well.
First competitor coming across in the mount area and actually get, and has been no changes coming in.
Well, the change is that she's got a bit of a gap now. They did go out of the pool shoulder to shoulder, PMAC, and Sosinski in that in the transition area trying to build a leak. Really cut up. What a great cycle leg from Sosinski. Strong plan. Sosinski now leg, and it's 800 metre run leg, and away she goes, striding away, breathing very comfortably. And what a great lead Tara Sosinski built up. Wow, that's a sensational cycle leg. Create the gap that she created on that.
And next to come through into the transition zone is Jazz Coventry, and followed there by Emma Olsen-Keaton, and then Charlotte Derbyshire. So that's the top four at this stage.
Jazz Coventry with a very quick shoe change over there. Coventry comes out now, just make a lot of work to do, but she's in a very, very solid second position. And she's running easily as well, breathing comfortably. Good work, Jazz Coventry. Running out in second place. They're running very, very well. Olsen, that's Emma Olsen-Keating in third. And she has absolutely bolted out of transition.
Yeah, there was actually, looks like she had a little bit of trouble getting her shoes on in that transition, which actually knocked her back a little bit. And
she didn't have any trouble getting going once she got on the track itself. She's followed out by Charlotte Derbyshire.
And now there's a small chase group of Pinto, Quigley, Owen, Dyke, McCarthy, Moe and Vickers. 6 of them, all runners, and they're going for it. $11 or $12. And
Abby Owendyke has actually stepped off the track. I don't know, it's not a penalty, she's just stepped off the track. Abby Owendyke has gone, that's enough for me, the West Australian. She's done, she's coming back to the finish area. So Abby Owendyke. Abby Owendyke looks like she's just withdrawn from this race. She stepped off the edge of the track just here now, just beside us in that turn. Well, that's unfortunate. She's a good athlete, competes very, very well. Three more girls coming out of transition, EMAC, as the others are all up there on the hot dog leg, the big U-turns.
yeah, we had Mia Eltons coming through, and Emma McInnes and Chantel McCarthy were coming through.
All out there, we await them to come back around to the finish line. It's only an 800 metre run, he says. They're all striding along comfortably in that western side. It doesn't take them very long to complete 800 metres out there, and we're in the middle of the day here at Runaway Bay, and it is very, very warm. Nice hot summer's day, you would say.
And just joining the racetrack is Meg Quinton from Queensland.
Won't be very Tara Szynski and Jazzy Coventry straightening up and heading for home. They're on that back straight at the U-turn. You can see all of those competitors, and here comes our first place runner heading for home right now. She turns off the track, down through the cones, heading for the finishing chute. And what a great competitor. This is a fantastic effort through the first of the triathlon heats. Tara Szynski has gapped the field strong across the line. Wonderful finish. So Szynski in a clear breakaway first place in wave number one for the junior females.
Cross over on the track, boys, and walk on the grass.
And this will be Jazzy Coventry coming in now. Jazzy Coventry running into a nice solid second place. Strides out, still looking for a good time to finish off really well. And that's Jazzy Coventry crossing the finish line now. In a third, Emma Olsen-Keating strides into third place very, very strongly. Still got energy to burn. It's going to be a great final series when we get to those later in this weekend. So the top three there, Tara Szynski, Jazzy Coventry, Emma Olsen-Keating crosses for third. Coming in for fourth place, solid fourth place, Charlotte Derbyshire, and she crosses now. And then Madeline Manny. Good run, Madeline Manny. There's fourth and fifth. And now it is Mo. Brianna Mo gets in there very, very well for a very solid finish. And Marley Quigley follows her across the finish line. Abby Vickers now. Ella Wooldridge. And Annie Pinto. Very solid finishes from those girls. They get taken straight out of the sun, finished with fluids. The first 8 teams sit them all down and make sure they've got plenty of fluids. Chantel McCarthy coming in for a strong finish as well.
And at this stage we do have Maddie Huskinson, and in lane 6 Bridget McCormack and Ella Kate Hussein. So there's a group of four or five girls that are well and truly in shoulder to shoulder action here, specifically with Bridget McCormack and Ella Kate Hussein. And we're just going straight through from the transition that is coming through. So Georgie Fredericks absolutely bolted through there and is into the transition. And we've got a group, as I said, of 5 or 6 girls that have come through. Evans, Hussein. So Macy Roberts now, she's getting out of the pool. And Wallace, Dean and Wooldridge. And the competitors, Georgia Matthews and Abby Waddington, getting out together into transition into the bike leg of this. It is wave 2 of the junior female hyper sprint. And now we have Jasmine Doherty just about to leave the pool, and Dickerson. So all clear, all in the pool, and now it's down trackside.
Sorry.
And down here on the track as we exit transition, the girls all getting out there very, very quickly, getting to the mounting area. And our shots there of the mounting area as everybody gets on, but they're not mucking around. They're getting in and out of position very efficiently, very effectively. And the chase is on for all of them on the bike. A strong cycle leg here from these girls now will really show rewards at the end of it. They're pretty close to each other, not a lot of distance between any of these competitors. All heading out on the cycle leg. You can see them mounting area getting up there, and it looks pretty flat, I know, but as soon as they turn left they face a very short, sharp hill.
The road is off camber as you're going along the straight. Once you get into the mounting area, and because as I said, we did have a look at it before, and it's a little bit of a straight. It's about 150 metres straight on the left-hand side, off camber to the left. Then you've got to take a left-hand turn, go up the hill, and then do that big hook turn and round turn. So making sure that you get your pedals in the right direction.
As I believe it has been as recently as a couple of minutes ago. So please ensure you check that before you go.
And back live in the stadium at the Railway Bay Sports Super Centre on the Gold Coast of Queensland, Australia. We're about to see the arrival of the cyclists back into the stadium. It'll be very, very soon when they finish their cycle leg. The leaders on the back will be heading into the stadium very, very soon. We've just heard the timing devices go off as they come in for those last few turns. We've got one camera, and here comes the first competitor right now. She's dropped the bike, a little bit of a flare. She's off the bike again, recovers it, and you can see that on our camera shot. Great camera work there from Nick as she comes in to transition. She'll rack that bike, get all the gear into the box, and it is Fredericks holding down first place. She left transition in first place, been very, very solid on this bike leg, and she's just getting the shoes on, changing the gear, getting ready for the run. And she's already done that. She's done the transition. She's heading up to the end of transition into the exit, and Georgie Fredericks will come out onto the main straight with a very handy lead, and she's got great running legs, good stride length, good rotation, looking fit, looking fast. Georgie Fredericks takes off into that first turn. And now a pack of cyclists getting off the bike into their run shoes, and they're coming up right now. They're leaving transition, they're coming down this main straight, following Georgie Fredericks, McCormack, Sant and Heiskens. There's the top four as they lead away. They've created a little bit of a gap, but chasing them down will be Rourke and Wooldridge. Hussain in there as well. Allocate Hussain. And then a little bit of a gap as you see Evans going through transition as well. Ola Evans turns out of transition and heads down the main straight.
And she'll be followed by Sarah Wallace.
Striding very nicely, Ola Evans, away she goes into that first turn. Cameraman just doing a handover. Camera still pointing straight down the barrel of transition. The exit of transition, and coming out of transition now is Waddington. That's Abby Waddington heading off the first straight for the first time.
And Justine is out of transition and onto the track proper, and she'll be followed by Georgia Matthews. There's still another couple of competitors coming through in there. Where is Marcy Roberts? And just in front of Roberts is Jasmine Doherty. And just pulling straight into transition and getting themselves changed at the moment is Emily Langard.
For the youth finals are being held this afternoon. I believe that they're still under review. So if all parents and athletes and coaches could just wait for the race organisers to go through and review those results again. I will make an announcement once the new results are up, but they are being reviewed a final time, and if parents and coaches and athletes could just wait until that's... If there's any rookie males who have obviously finished their races and haven't handed in their timing chips, could they please hand those into the Triathlon Queensland tent near the finish line? So that's the rookies that have already completed their race. If you are a rookie and you would like to collect your gear out of transition, there will be a technical official coming over fairly soon. When they arrive, you will be able to take your gear from transition. Thank you so much for your patience.
I'm just waiting for those PA announcements to be completed by the technical officials. They're reviewing finishing times and positions ready for the finals later this afternoon. In the meantime, we were in wave 2 of the junior females event here and we saw Georgie Fredericks lead out on this run leg. And pretty soon the girls will be running to the finish, and no sooner do I say it, and then here it goes now. I expect this will still be Georgie Fredericks taking this turn onto the track and through the witches' hats down into the finishing chute. Getting ready to go full deck, that's wave number 3. I can bring that to you very, very soon. The girls come through for there she for Frederick, she finishes in first. Rourke has made up a heap of ground there. Lucinda second there, and then Scent comes through as well. Caitlin Scent comes in for a very strong third place, followed the finishing stripe. Matty Heist across the finish line, and as does Erin Waldridge. Erin Waldridge comes in. What a great 5 were, and fantastic, good strong finishers as well. Outstanding run by Fredericks to get that first position. Ella Kate Hussain goes through across the finish line now, nicely run. Pretty soon we'll be heading over to the pool deck, where the next heat will be in the pool if they're not already, and I think they have already started. We'll go poolside right now. No, we won't. We're just holding up there for the pool. We'll stay here trackside as Ola Evans crosses the finish line. Nice finish there from Ola Evans. A few more competitors coming in, and we're down here trackside, and we've still got our camera here at the finishing line for some great finishers coming in here. Waddington finishing very strongly, Abby Waddington, and Yasmin Doherty coming in fast as well, and followed across the line by Sarah Wallace. Nice finish from those 3 girls. They really put the pace on. We're going to take you poolside very, very soon, as this next heat is about to start. The girls are on the blocks, almost ready to go for wave number 3. The camera just hanging over there now.
And here we are, we're back poolside for the junior females wave 3 event, and in lane 1 we have Chelsea Madden and Olivia Fawns. Lane 2 we have Abby Roos and Jade Cochran. Lane 3 is Maya Larkin and Annika Allen. Lane 4 Rebecca Henderson, Freya Robinson Mills. Lane 5 Ella Lane and Jacinta Cliff. Lane 6 Hannah Maloney and Jessica Pike. Lane 7 Chloe Bateup and Emily Fortuneau Clocker. Lane 8 is Ella Wagslot, and they've just done the first 50 metres on this, and at this stage there's been a relatively quite tight bunch. In lane 7 it looks like it is Chloe Bateup that's actually taking a little bit of a lead over the others, and we have Hannah Maloney and Jessica Pike hot on heels. And in lane 5, it's just Jacinta Cliff. So 5 girls, and from there we're to the 200. Oh, sorry, it's a. So in lane 7, we do have Chloe Bateup. His length. Jessica. And now over in lane 4, it's Rebecca Henderson, who's running in the second. She's just had a little bit of a kick and made up quite a lot of ground. So we do have Rebecca Henderson and Chloe Bateup leading at this moment in time by about half a body's length to Jacinta Cliff. Sorry, it's not Jacinta. Yes, it is Jacinta Cliff. Hannah Maloney and Jessica Pike. So first to touch 200 metres. Chloe Bater, Rebecca Henderson, Hannah Maloney and Jessica Pike. Ella Lane. That's the top 5 to start off with. And as the shot coming through at the moment in lane 3, it's Myra Larkin just doing the turn, and joining her is Annika Allen. And over on lane 1 we have Chelsea Madden just making a turn. So come meter mark. And at this stage it's a stroke by stroke, and it's Rebecca Henderson in lane 4 and on level pegging with Chloe Bater. And then there's a group of 3, and that group of 3 is Jessica Pike, Hannah Maloney and Jacinta Cliff. And now just about to head into transition. We have Rebecca Henderson followed by Bater. So Chloe Bater, and now the 3 girls, Cliff, Pike and Maloney, coming through from there. And coming up from lane 1 was Olivia Fawns. Now Lane and Robinson Mills, and that's followed by Abby Rise. Now, Emily Nascu Clocker just going into transition. Now, a couple of swimmers. So, Cochrane, Larkin. And now we're going to head down to the track, just so getting out into the transition zone. We have one more swimmer coming through. And that's Ella Walscott. And now it's down trackside.
And down here on the track we can see the girls heading out of transition. Very quick turnover in transition for all these girls. They're out on the track very, very quickly, straight up into that mounting area. They've got everything ready on their bike, ready to jump into those shoes, striding out well on what is a very high level of midday heat here on the Gold Coast. It's a beautiful sunny day, especially if you're at the beach or somewhere, but if you're competing in triathlon, wow, you got to have some strength to do all of that. Girls running freely out of the pool, through there with their bikes, and the transition area still there. Just the last competitors out of the pool, and they're going out on the cycle leg. The final competitors are out there now on their bikes, and we haven't got, there's been a bit of a fall in the mounting area. One of the shoes came out of the pedals, and I can't quite see in the distance who that girl is. She's one of the final ones out of transition, and she's got a little bit of a problem in that mounting area with the bike and with the shoes, but she's recovering there very quickly. I can't get close enough to tell you exactly who that is, but she falls behind just some distance as they head out into the highly technical cycle leg, the very first part as I've described earlier. But those that led out from here, leading the way was Rebecca Henderson, followed closely by Chloe Bater, and then in third place Jacinta Cliff. In fourth it was Jessica Pike, and Hannah Maloney in fifth place. And we know that this is all very, very close. They might be fifth place, but they're pretty much shouldered. Freya Robinson Mills and Olivia Fawns in seventh, Abby Ruiz in eighth, Ella Lane in ninth, and then a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of a gap as that back. So We've got those girls out on the cycle leg now. They are the top 9 as they left the transition area heading for the mounting area. But they're going very, very well. And they'll be out on that cycle leg for a little while of 4 kilometres. We'll come back in just a moment though while we take a short break. And apologies. First two start their run leg. They've the swim in third. Transition over for two of the girls, we'll call it. Leads out of transition in first place by Chloe Bait-Up. Bait-Up, Jacinta leading out, Chloe Bait-Up hot on her heels. Management be Jessica Pike. Good effort from Jessica. There she went in. There in fourth. She's picked up one. This is on. Hannah Maloney striding well, good running legs on Hannah Maloney. She's holding down fifth at the moment out of transition. And then we got the chasing bunch. Freya Robinson heads Lane Andrews. Are and running. A couple more I missed going as well. Those very soon. A couple from New South Wales striding out, and the chase is on here. I can tell you, nice long strides and good pace out of those. A few more coming in position now. We've got another. We've got chased by Cochrane and Larkin. Larkin stride. Cochrane. Encouragement in that run leg along the back straight, and they no longer do complete circuit. Most of their run on that hot dog side on the western side, in the back straight. As Ella Walscott transition. Putting them down, she's got a bit of room to make up, but she's striding well into that first big turn. It's quite a hot day. There's a light breeze blowing. Looking very well. What shots we can to you on the bridge. Operating one tuned in. We had lots of electrical damage to equipment. Operator just looking the top of the hill from the bike leg, full deck. And here comes the first runner across the finishing line, and it is in first. Well done, Chloe Bait-Up. Followed in by Jacinta Cliff, who left transition in first. She's got a strong second place as well. It's good work from those two girls. Daylight at this stage. So it is Bait-Up first from the ACT, followed in by Jacinta Cliff from New South Wales and second. The field has really split up now. Has really split up on the run. It is a very hot run. It's a very hot summer day here in Queensland. It's a lovely day. There is a light breeze blowing for the sailors out there, but charging into third place now. There's been changes in the run leg, as we see quite frequently. It is Jessica Pike heading across the line for a very strong finish in third place. She picked up a place there and third on that run leg. Came out of transition in third, in fact, and finishes the event in third place. Crosses that line in this race. And Henderson striding in now well. Great race, Rebecca Henderson, to come in fourth. Maintained her position on the track. And they're very much spread. Next event getting ready to commence in the pool for junior females, wave 4. And in fact, we'll just finish here at the trackside with Ella Lane. Ella Lane crosses in 5th place, and great effort. She picked up places throughout that event as we go poolside.
And here we are poolside, and it is this wave 4 of the junior female hyper sprint triathlon. And in lane 1 we have Bailey Cavari, Harriet Irving. In lane 2 we have Abigail Andrea, Sarah Dixon, Paige Crange and Amy Jumper in lane 3. Ella Vickers and Emma Greenwood in lane 4. Lane 5 is Torrin Squires and Sunny Stark Harusi. Grace Kells and Kelsey Mitchell in lane 6. Lane 7 is Geordie Router and Brianne Finch, and in lane 8 it's Zoe Thursby. And the girls, we're just actually seeing them out in front at the moment. We're on pool and they're just coming down. And so they're 100, and at stage it looks like it is in lane 4. It looks like there's only one competitor that's actually in the lane 4, which it looks like it may be Ella Vickers, and I'll get that confirmation very shortly. And in lane 5 we have Torrin Squires and Sunny Stark Harusi. So, and it looks like Sunny Stark Harusi and Grace Kell are leading this pack. Now turning, it's Kelsey Mitchell and Geordie Router. And this is on the swim leg of this, and it is wave 4 of the junior female event. The competitor in lane 4, it looks like it could be Emma Greenwood, and making the turn, followed by Torrin Squires and Grace Kells. So that's the lead 3 at this moment in time. Kelsey Mitchell running in shoulder to shoulder with Geordie Router. So just going through, nice steady pacing. And all 3 girls about to head out of the pool together. We have Kells, Starkarusa and Vickers. Now coming out we have Mitchell, Router, Andrea, Thursby, Finch and Squires. So majority of the girls out of the pool, they've carried out, or they've completed their 200 metre swim leg and about to go into transition, get themselves set for the bike leg. And we'll cross over to the track very shortly, as we see Sarah Dixon just cross through into transition, followed by Paige Cranage, and that was Bailey Kaverick and Jonkers, and pull clear, and now it's over to the transition zone.
And trackside here, we can see the action on camera. You saw all those girls going into transition and at the far end out of transition. They're all getting on this main straight now and heading up to the run leg. We're well down into the field, and it is fantastic as we see Cranage go through. And here goes Kaverick. Kaverick heads along now. Great shot there trackside. Our camera operator doing a fantastic job. And now it is Jungfer going through and doing a great job trying to get that rhythm though, Amy Jungfer, as she heads off for number 46. Into the mound area for Amy Jungfer. Harriet Irving heads off now. Stride length, looking comfortable. They'll get on the bike and make up heaps of ground on the cycle leg. I'll head off into that cycle leg. We'll bring you whatever shots we can. And you'll see some mixed vision as that camera is heading back towards the pool deck. So we can't get any high quality vision from the side track because of the distance at the moment, and of course only one camera available to us today. We'll and broadcasting commentary. Welcome back live as that camera moves towards the dismount location. We're expecting the cyclist back off the track any moment now. And we'll see who leads. Leading from here was Sunny Star Carusi out of transition, followed by Grace Kells, and closely followed by Kelsey Mitchell as well. The three of them. They're in on the bikes now. Here they come. Dismount area into transition. And changes in the leg. Jordan Router comes in. First into transition. Well done, Jordan Router. Followed by Kelsey Mitchell, who left transition in third. Kelsey in second place now. But it is on a charge. Jordan Router doing an excellent job on the cycle leg. Comes out of transition first. What an outstanding effort there. And she heads out now from transition, followed by Kelsey Mitchell. Well done, Jordan Router. Kelsey Mitchell on the chase. Sunny Star Carusi chasing them down as well in third place. Out well. She's got the run going. In fourth place, Ella Vickers goes through in fourth, and Adara following her now. And behind Adara, hot on her tail, is Finch. Abigail Adara. Abigail Adara goes through. And there's Grace Kells striding out well, picking up the pace as she crosses the start line for the first time. Is heading out. Torrin Squires heads around that turn for the first time. They head out to the back straight for that all important run leg. They make up ground. This is where the moves take place. It's a great run leg. Very technical. And we see Paige Cranage go out now, striding well. She might places on this run leg. It suits ideally. Zoe Thursby has improved all, doing a wonderful job. Zoe?
Male race 1. Please ensure that you're on the pool deck. We're currently 40 minutes ahead of schedule. So if all athletes can be mindful of that and filling area.
Sarah Dixon heading out of transition, striding well as usual. All those live shots coming to you from trackside near the dismount area. Harriet Irving going round that turn on the first part of the run leg. Looking light on her feet. Looks like she's got plenty of energy. Running towards. Then Amy Jungfer goes through as well. All the girls I think now through transition. And this all important run leg, as I said, it's very exciting times as we get to the back of this series. It's the last wave of junior females in the ultra sprint marathon. They've done 200 metre swim, a 4 kilometre cycle, and then the 800 metre run. They're at the back end of that run. Let's see if Jordan Router holds down first place. She did a great job on the cycle leg, making up lots of ground. Got herself a good lead coming out of transition. She was chased down though by Kelsey. It's going to be a close go for the car towards the finish line. On that return hot dog leg, which is quite technical for them to negotiate. Those finishes to come in now. Let's watch the end of this finish. His Last heat, I should say, for the junior females. And coming down the finishing chute now. Might be Kelsey Mitchell, I think. Let's have a look as she gets closer. It is Kelsey Mitchell. Striding out to the finish, nice and light on her feet. Nice run from Kelsey Mitchell. Well done from the Queenslander. Router coming in now, doing a fantastic job as well. Great race for her. Picked up a couple of places. Made big moves on the cycle leg. Crossing in third. It will be Ella Vickers in third place. Good run, Ella. Followed in by Brianna Finch. Good running from Brianna Finch. Did a fantastic job. The rest of the girls coming in now, pretty much nose to tail. They're all close. Star Carusi does a fantastic job as usual. Sunny Star Carusi. And then followed by Race Girls. Nice run from the girls. We're going to cross to the pool very, very soon. First of all, Abigail Adara finishes. From Abigail Adara. Good job. Go to the poolside for the next event. For the entrance.
So now as they go into the first 50 metres, and it looks like it's going to be Oscar Dart making the first corner, first turn. And shoulder to shoulder we have in lane 3, it's going to be Jack Crome, his shoulder with Oscar Dart. And in lane 5 it's going to be Ethan Stratton and Joe Begbie. So they're your current leaders at this stage. In this, a 200 metre swim, followed by a 4K cycle and an 800 metre run. And it looks like making the first turn, it's the distinct colours of the Tasmanian outfit in lane 5, Ethan Stratton, who looks like he's actually just making a long stride. And going with him at this stage, it is Joe Begbie and Lachlan Medway. Sorry, Oscar Dart. My apologies. Ethan Stratton, well and truly, makes a nice clean turn. And in lane 4 we have Oscar Dart and Lachlan Medway, and it looks like they're just sort of coming along. It's going to be a 4-way bust out of the pool as we're coming through here. So in lane 3 it's going to be Jack Crome, Oscar Dart. Lane 5 is Ethan Stratton for one more. In lane 3, it is Jack Crone, swimming stroke for stroke with Oscar Dart, who in turn is swimming stroke for stroke for Ethan Stratton. And across the pool once more in lane 6, it is Joe Begbie. They are your leaders at this stage. And there's a secondary breakaway pack in lane 8 where you have Adam White, Adam Dickinson, Connor Ryan all travelling together along with Ethan Duffy. Now participants going to be jumping out of the pool and heading into transition very shortly. And it's looking like it may be Ethan Stretton going to be hitting the wall first. Which it is, as I said, that distinct colours of the Tasmanian, followed by Dart, Chrome, Begbie, now a couple of the other competitors coming through. We have Adam White, Ethan Duffy. So a lot of congestion as you're coming through that just out of the pool and as they funnel themselves in to head towards the transition zone. We have 3 more participants in the pool before we cross over to the trackside to get into the transition where they get onto their cycles for the 4-kilometre bike leg. So Will McLean just passing us now. Luke Allen and Clay Ford. And that's swim leg done. Now it's trackside.
And back here trackside at exit to transition, we saw competitors in the junior males ultra sprint heading out now. 200 metre swim, 4k cycle and 800 metre run. As McLean goes past, we'll bring you these shots here. Nick back on the camera now. Bishop, Allen and Ford heading out on the run all through transition. And transition is now clear. Everybody gets out of there. All of the competitors doing a great job. And they're all on the cycle leg already. Rapidly out there doing a great charge on this cycle leg. Fantastically close competition in this junior event. And the top 3 going out, Ethan Stretton led Oscar Dart from Jack Crome. It was Stretton, Dart and Crome, the top 3 leading here as they headed out into the mounting area and out on the cycle leg. So we'll bring you some vision from the cycle leg, and our camera operator presently making his way over the other side of the ground. He'll go up through the stairs onto the top hill and bring you as much vision as he can from the cycle leg for the moment, and come back live with commentary very, very soon. Keep watching the video coverage. And back into the stadium now as the competitors come in off the side. Tumbles in the transition area. Without doubt there's a little bit of tumbling and stumbling going on there. Leads out from back home. Chrome.
Some of those spillages in that transition zone is relating to like one of the timing beacons, and they've actually getting their shoes caught as they're actually coming through, because they're coming through at pace.
Adam White goes out there in 4th place as well, but he's being closely challenged by 3 speedsters right on his toe.
We've got who's just coming out of transition onto the course proper, starting off the 800 metre run, followed by Medway and Brown. And that was Will Brown, and a couple of athletes still in transition at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of a gap behind Brown though. A lot of work for these following pack to make up on the run. I don't think they'll be able to close that gap at all, not over the distance of 1800. But now there's 6 going in through transition. Coming out of transition it will be with these 6 as they drop their cycles, get them racked properly, all their gear into the gearbox properly, their shoes on for the run, and then exit.
So it's going to be Clay Ford that's going to be out of that pack. He's leading the chase pack, and he'll be followed by Luke Allen. And it looks like Allen has got himself into a stride nice and comfortably and overtaken Clay Ford. Will McLean in there, and he's being also hunted down by Billy Bishop.
Bishop, Dixon and Ryan.
So Connor Ryan and Adam Dixon. And that, I believe, is all the cycle leg done. So they're now on the course proper.
So away they go for that, a run leg. And the all-important run leg, where the differences are made. We've seen changes from Ethan Stratton leading out of the transition area after the swim, and that's now converted to Oscar Dart. He came 2nd out of the swim and into transition, and then cycle leg in 1st place. That very strategic run and technical area. As I mentioned earlier, for those who haven't been tuned in earlier, we've got the technical run, which is not just simple circuits here on this athletic track. There are 2 U-turns introduced this season. This is where the runners come to the fore. Not they need to be able to run, they need to be able to make those U-turns. A slow turn for each of them. And look, Oscar Dart has gone back to the front here. He now comes into the final. He's making a big, long stride out of this one. Oscar Dart, what a run. Oscar Dart. Finish. It is Oscar Dart out line. Great work, Oscar, and he crosses the line. The Victorian comes in first in a very strong run leg. Absolutely sensational. Then Joe Begbie, he heads in there in 2nd place, and Adam White doing a sensational job, 3rd place. Roberts comes in at the back end. Elliot Roberts comes for a 4th, and it is Crome going in there, Jack Crome, for a very well-earned 5th place as well. It's a tough run as Feldman goes in, and then Stratton.
Come on, Jackson. Come on, Jackson. Awesome, Jackson.
And Jackson Medway crosses there as well. Clears the run, good finish. Nice close event for those guys. Close competition all the way. Brad Course coming in, stepping it out. He'll get across the finish line, goes quickly as he can. And he's followed in by Will Brown. Ethan Duffy closes it all off there. Race there, Ethan Duffy from Western Australia. Good strong run in very hot conditions. It's just after midday here. And our German competitor Peter Willems Speichermann, who's, although he's German, presently a resident of the southern suburb of Sydney in the Cronulla area, enjoying a visit there. He's been in Australia since August, and I think he's here until about the end of January, February, somewhere around that vicinity. So we're going to head to the poolside because it will be the next event. The junior males, wave number 2, may already be in the pool. We'll go to PMAC, poolside.
And we are going trackside at this moment in time. We're just having the athletes briefing for the junior males wave 2 event of the Hyper Sprint Triathlon. In lane will be Matthew Beale, Lee Cooper and Luke Gold. In lane 2 will be Zane Watson and Flynn Pumper. Lane 3 will be Rory Thornhill and Luke McLean. Lane 4, Bailey Giles and Cooper Giles. Lane 5, Matteo Mendoza. Lane 5 also will be Jonty Armistead. Lane 6 will be Fernando Giacomi and Matthew Greenwood. Lane 7, Alec Davison, Cody Salter. Lane 8 will be shared with Jack Green, Cameron Kilpatrick and Robert Stringer. And we're about to get underway. The athletes have just had their briefing. They're all moving to the starting position and it's going to be in the hands of the starter. And this is the junior male wave 2 of the Hyper Sprint Triathlon. So, all in the starting position. As I said, Matthew Beale, Lee Cooper, Luke Gold, lane 1, Zane Watson, Flynn Puma, lane 2, Rory Thornhill, Luke McLean, lane 3, Bailey Giles and Cooper Giles, lane 4, Matteo Mendoza, lane 5, Jonty Armistead, Fernando Giacomi and Matthew Greenwood, lane 6, Alec Davison and Cody Salter in lane 7, lane 8, Jack Green, Cameron Kilpatrick and Robert Stringer. And they're off, and as you can see by the footage, it's a nice even contest for the first 50. And it is a 200 metre, 4 kilometre cycle and 800 metre run. As they turn on the first 50, it is Matteo Mendoza, Cooper and Bailey Giles. And in lane 3, it's Rory Thornhill and Luke McLean. So that's a group of 5 at this moment in time. Coming up in lane 1 is Lee Cooper, who's actually just joined that lead pack. And that's the first 100 metres done. So now as they start to put a little bit of a distance on others, so we've got in lane 5, we have Matteo Mendoza, who's just starting to make about half a body's length of a lead. And he's currently leading Fernando Giacomi and Alec Davison's into the mix.
Finals being held this afternoon is youth male C, youth female B and youth male B.
So Matteo Mendoza is having a very good swim leg of this Hyper Sprint series.
End of the course.
And he's been still only about half a body's length on Fernando Giacomi, but coming into play in lane 7 is Alec Davison and also Luke McLean.
If you can try and please stay off the field of play.
So another full lap of the pool to go.
Competitors who are racing. So transition is about to open for all the youth finals this afternoon.
And doing it relatively comfortably at this stage appears to be Matteo Mendoza. On his heels is Fernando Giacomi. And from lane 7, Alec Davison. And the poolside shots coming to you, just showing the group. So athletes on their, majority of the athletes on their last lap coming through, about to make the transition into the cycle, and it looks like leading out of the pool will be Mateo Mendoza, followed by Fernando Giacomi and Alec Davison. But joining into the mix at this moment in time is Rory Thornhill. So there we go, there's Giacomi. And there's Thornhill, Davidson, and a group of three of McLean, Armistead and Giles. Now a couple more coming through. That looks like Jack Green coming out from lane 8, and Lee Cooper from New South Wales as well. As they're all just about done in the pool here, but they're all running into the transition zone. Where we just have Pumpa, Salter, and two more. So we've got Robert Stringer and Cameron Kilpatrick. And about to leave the pool will be Matthew Greenwood. And now it's going to cross over to the transition zone and down on track.
I'll get it. Go and swim.
And that is the swim leg completed in this part, and it is wave 2 of the junior males.
And down here at the exit of the transition area, we join you with most of the competitors already out of transition and heading through that mount area and out onto the cycle leg. They've been very, very quick through here, and no mucking around with these guys as they come out of transition and all out of the pool, but they got through transition very quickly in a tightly grouped field. Leading them out was Mateo Mendoza from New South Wales, and Fernando Jacobs is following him, with Rory Thornhill hot on their tail. In 4th place, Davidson, and then Jonty Armistead, followed by Luke McLean. Then we had Jack Green in there and Matthew Beale. They're the top 8 or 9 competitors there, and they are putting on a hell of a, tell you right, nation, all with jumping into the cycle. They won't be very long on the bikes, I can tell you, because they're a very, all of those are going to be a very good contest. We'll see who comes. Those are leading out on the side. See if he can hold his position. We'll come back shortly. There's as much being brought to you as we possibly can, and our camera up on top of the hill, bringing you some distant shots there of that cycle leg. And it is a way out after early section. And long to get up through those corners and the twists and turns and the short hills. We'll be back with commentary very soon. We've got wave 2 of the junior. It's getting the run on, and they'll be ready to go out on this 800 metre run. That 800 metre run will not take very long at all. This will be a really fast one. And here's our Chilean heading out there right now. And away he goes. It's Mendoza. Presently resident in New South Wales and Thornhill. And Davison follows, and then Thornhill in. It may have been Jacobs in 4th. He went into the cycle leg in 2nd place. Armistead striding out now, looking very good on the run leg. The Tasmanian doing a great job, Armistead, and looking very, very strong. Holding his place. Giles and McLean heading out now, and you'll see our camera work up in the transition at the dismount area, picking up all the cyclists still coming in off the road leg, and he's following those guys tail enders into the back of the transition area. You can see them going through the entry of transition. That's a chasing bunch when they all get together and come out. In amongst them there are some very good runners. Salter from New South Wales taking off now on the run, striding comfortably. Looks like he's breathing very comfortably as well. Who knows how many places he can pick up in the 800 metres.
Well, I can tell you, Harrow, that he's picked up quite a few places because he was on the tail end chase pack in after he left the pool. So he's picked up quite a lot in the cycle leg.
Yeah. And this is where changes take place, out on that back straight where the all-important 800 metre run is. So everybody builds for position. It can be very strategic. Swimmers get their lead out of the pool. Cyclists try and make up ground on the cycle leg, of course, and the runners just hold back and stay in touch. Transition in. Competitor to leave on the Jack Green. They're on the run leg now. Leave transition, and all runners out there on that back straight running hot dog. 3 more waves to go in the junior males event. 3 more waves. We will at full side when required. Our camera will get around there. Run leg in wave number 2 of the junior males. Runners coming in for a finish now, standing at the finish line. Here comes the leader. It looks like it will be Mateo Mendoza holding his position. He did an excellent job, the Chilean, and he's a fantastic runner. There's Mendoza crossing for a very nice and fast first place. Alec Davison chasing him in, followed by Thornhill. Rory Thornhill in 3rd, and the other Chilean, Jacombs, Fernando Jacombs, I think it is, in 4th place. There in his finish. Armistead comes in as well, and he's done a great job. Jonty Armistead Crosses for a well-earned position at the finish line and a good time to boot. Bailey Giles. And then Beale. Matthew Beale crosses for a good position as well, all looking for good times. They're all looking for final spots. As Luke McLean comes in for a good finish as well, looking very, very strong. There's Salter still striding out comfortably, looking very good. He's got plenty of legs left. As Cody Salter. Flynn Pumper finishing strongly as well. A little bit of race on here as they stretch out between Greenwood and Cooper Lee. Where's Lee on his shirt? I think it's Lee Cooper. Now Stringer crossing for a good finish. Robert Stringer, well done. A local Queenslander. And then Luke Gold crossing as well. Couple more competitors still to come in. We'll go poolside though to PMAC where we take the next event, which is about to start.
And here we are poolside for the junior males wave 3 of the Hypersprint Triathlon. And going through the competitors, in lane 1 we have Riley Crowther, Monty Dixon, Blair Hopkins. In lane 2, Nick Frisbee, Harry King, Andreas Grass Castro is in lane 3. Lane 4, Bryden Pettiford-Dank and Jordan Reich. Lane 5, Darcy Williams and Blake McKinnon. Mitchell Densley and Ryan Marsh in lane 6. Lane 7, Tom Tudor and Tom Jensen. Lane 8, Benjamin Lambert, Liam Dixon and Harry Snodgrass. And all of the athletes on starting orders. They've had their briefing, just waiting for the starter. Yep. Already, starter moves into position. Technical officials doing a fantastic job under some extreme circumstances that were incurred last night and yesterday afternoon. And now they're off in this wave 3 of the junior male hyper sprint. And all out, nice and clean, all in a row. As we've seen before, they just go through fairly straightforward for the first 50. And it looks like Mitchell Densley may have touched first in the first 50. Tom Jansen in lane 7. Just a nice steady rhythm. So we have Tommy Jansen and Mitchell Densley. They've actually taken a nice, only half a body's length of the lead.
40 minutes ahead of schedule. So if junior race male number 4 can come to the marshalling area and junior male race number 5, please be ahead of
And there's a group of athletes starting. We have Nick Frisbee, Harry King, Andreas Grascusto, Bryden Pettiford-Dank and Jordan Reich, all in a row. And then by half a body you have Darcy Williams and Blake McKenna. But now on this lap it looks like that they're starting to get a little bit of pressure that's being put on. So we're coming into Mitchell Densley, who's actually kicked away by a little bit more than half a body length now. And going with him is Tom Jensen. And as the bulk of the field have actually turned as one. It's Darcy Williams, Blake McKenna, Jordan Reich and Bryden Pettiford-Dank. And now in lane 2, it actually just looks like Nick Frisbee's actually kicked ahead on this part of the 50 metres. But now we're seeing Nick Frisbee and Harry King working stride for stride. And as as the shot's actually showing, the competitors are very, very close. But at this stage, it looks like Nick Frisbee and Harry King, and in lane 7, Tom Jensen. Yep, touching the wall there. We had in from lane 2 Nick Frisbee and Harry King in lane 3. And from lane 7 Tom Jensen. And now coming through the middle of the pack from lane 4 and 5. In lane 4 is Jordan Wright, and 5 it's Darcy Williams. So now it's going to be all kicking to see who gets out of the pool first, because we're about to go into the transition zone of this leg. So the swim leg almost over for some of these athletes. And leaving the pool first will be King, Kirby, Williams, Reich, Jansen, Pennyford Dank, Grass. A bit of a slip there by McKenna as he got out of the pool. You would have seen that on screen. Now it's Tudor. Marsh. And now he's going to be followed by Lambert. With a couple more competitors to get out of the pool and make their way into the transition zone. So Dixon, so Liam Dixon and Snodgrass. And all competitors are well and truly out of the pool. And Riley Crowther is one of the latter stages of the pool swim. And everybody is into the transition zone or on their bikes and on their way. And now we're going to cross down on to the field.
And down here beside the track, as they come out of transition and head down the main straight into the first big turn, they head up into that mountain area. And that's the important changeover point. They must run their bike off the athletic tarmac. And once they get off there onto the asphalt, they can mount the bike over the mountain line, and they straight on the very, very hard, short amount of meters, but then it's a slow rise. A turn to the right, then a very sharp to take them back on the straightaway and out onto the course proper. They'll head down slight, deep, flat out and up a great big lane straightaway where they can really build speed. Or another kilometre away or so, 8. Of course, they have to be very careful and very strategic to keep their place. Our cameraman is up with that mobile. Reasonable zoom capacity. Charging into the transition area now, the pressure is on. It is Harry King still leading. He headed out of the transition area on the cycle leg in first place, Harry King, and he maintains that position. Harry King still holding down position number 1. Number 73, great job Harry King. He's strong out, he's got a great lead on the run. 1.2 kilometres we believe the run leg. The ultra Frisbee and Williams in second and third. Nick Frisbee went out in second, stays in second. Then third place, striding out very, very well. Coming out of the transition area in fourth is Tom Jansen, and that's where he was going in. Everybody maintaining their position. Followed by Densley and Marsh, Reek and Tudor. They're all in. Great job. Reek in 5. This is a great race out in the front for these guys. The guy that's got space, of course, is Harry King. He built a lead out of the pool into transition and leads in the run very, very well. Our cameraman brings you much of the action as we can possibly capture for you.
And a little bit of a chase group going on here. We do have Harry Snodgrass, Riley Crowther and Ben Lambert, as well as young Dixon, that's Monty Dixon.
Pettiford Dank with Dixon as well. Good strong runners, McKenna, Dixon and Hopkins. Liam Dixon and Monty Dixon both in this race, and a fantastic job. This will be Heat 4 and Heat 5, 3 of the junior males ultra sprint. The crowd on the far side of the ground encouraging the runners. Harry King still running very, very well over there, leading the pack. They're trying to chase him down though. We'll let them run this out. Bring you as much of that close-up vision as we possibly can with the strength of that zoom camera and our single operator out there in the field. Nick doing a terrific job for us. A lot of cheers on the western side for Harry King. We just wait that final run leg now as they will head into that final turn. They go around that slight bend, the southern end of this track, and then turn into the finishing chute. And here he comes now. He's in the finishing chute, down where the witches' hats are, those big orange cones that you can see. Harry King striding in for a great race here. Very strong finish for Harry King from Queensland. Striding into the finishing chute now. No worries at all, no doubts. He's finishing fast. He wants that time, and he does get that. He does very, very well. Harry King heads the field in this race. Followed in by Nick Frisbee holding down second from Victoria. The Victorian finishing very, very strongly. And then teammate from Victoria, Darcy Williams, gets a great third. Very good finish there for Darcy Williams. Reek coming in fourth, Jordan Reek fourth, and Marsh comes in fifth place. Marsh doing a fantastic job. Ryan Marsh from Queensland, and then Jansen and Tudor. Jansen 6, Tudor 7. Tough race for everybody out there in the middle of this day. Densley striding in there now, doing a very good job as well. Mitchell Densley, I've got him down as 8th place. That's approximate, not official scores here from me. Calling them as they run by, and a very, very good race, very fast race for those guys. A little bit of a gap now as the rest of the field come in, just finishing off their run. There's no slouches here as a Crowther goes across and finishes off his day. And that's Riley Crowther doing a good job. And Monty Dixon as well. They started together in the pool. We've had Monty Dixon finishing very together. Benjamin from Queensland coming in to round that off, followed in by Grass. Finish there from South Australia with a good strong finish. And Blair Hopkins coming in from New South Wales. And then our Chilean friend Andreas Chile.
And here we are poolside as we're about to get into wave 4 of the junior males racing, and at this stage in lane 1 it is going to be Kyle Ferrier and Thomas Hamilton. We're just waiting for Rowan Hickey to return to the starting position. And lane 2 we have Charlie Jerd and Jay Adams. Lane 3 Oliver Cronin and Yuye Otino. Lane 4, Lachlan Blake, Declan Dooley. Lane 5, Akira Fukushima and Mackenzie Couts. Lane 6, Aimu Omuro and Toby Powers. Lane 7, Liam Hinchcliffe, Declan Marcioni. Lane 8, Oliver Nicole, Luca Waters and William McIntosh. As Ronan Hickey just takes his place up there in lane 1. Now we're going to be in starters' hands. They've had their briefing and everyone's set, just about ready to go here. And it is wave 4 of the junior males ultra sprint, which consists of a 300 metre swim, 6 kilometre run and a 1.2 kilometre, 6 kilometre cycle and a 1.2 kilometre run. As you would have heard in the background, starter sending all the athletes on the first leg of this ultra sprint. Now all athletes very even across the pool for the first 50. And it's wave 4 of the junior males event. And there's 6 athletes all together just touching for the first 50. And those 6 are Oliver Cronin, Yuye Otani, Lachlan Blake, Declan Doolin and Akira Fukushima. And as we saw in the earlier races today, we saw that the Japanese contingent were very strong in the swim leg of the triathlon series. This super series being held here at the Sports Super Centre here at Runaway Bay. And as the athletes turn after one complete 100 metres, it is at this stage lane 3, which is Oliver Cronin taking a slight lead over lane 6, which is Aimu Omuro and Akira Fukushima. And now as we're 150 metres down the line, and we can see that our camera is tracking the athletes in lane 8, which is Oliver Nicole, Luca Walters and William McIntosh. And as the athletes turn and they're coming down for the 200 metre mark, and at this stage in lane 3 it is Oliver Cronin by about a body and a half length over his lane compadre, which is Yuya Otino. And in lane 4 it's Lachlan Blake And over in lane 6, it's Aimu Omuro and Akira Fukushima. And now as they're heading up for the 250 metre mark, no real changes, everybody's in their rhythm. So, lane 3, Oliver Cronin still holding a lead. But coming closer is Lachlan Blake in lane 4 and lane 5, Akira Fukushima. And 6, Aimu Omuro. Ready to jump out of the pool after this one, and then they'll head into the transition zone, get themselves ready for a 6-kilometre bike ride. And looks like heading out of the pool first should be Oliver Cronin. Yeah, Fukushima and Atani and Blake. And it looks like there's been Aimu Omuro thought he might have had to do 400 metres, so he actually had a little bit of a stumble, but he's picked himself back up and got there. So now we've got Kaus and Dooley about to get underway, head into the transition zone. Now we've got Jerd, Hickey, Adams, Hinchcliffe. And Toby Powers just about to run out into the transition zone, followed by Will McIntosh, Luca Waters, Oliver Nicol, and Thomas Hamilton. And all the swimmers, the pool is clear. Everybody into the transition zone. Some have already got their bikes and they're well and truly on their way. And now it's down onto the field where we're going to pick up a little bit more of the action from what was going on in the transition zone.
Come on, Will.
And tracks off. There now. The side of a nickel, and of course Tom Hamilton, they head out there now. They're in the mounting area and behind the rest of the bunch. This could be an anything result, this race here, but first ones out on the cycle leg from transition into the mountain onto the Oliver Cronin led them out in first place. Lachlan Blake, Akiri Fukushima in third place. Then Yuya Otani in fourth place, and Amu Omuro fifth place. So the 3 Japanese competitors in position 3, 4 and 5 doing a fantastic job. They are followed in 6th place by Declan Marchioni and 7th Mackenzie Couts, and Declan Dooley leaving the stadium in 8th position, followed by Charlie Jerd and James. That's the top 10 as they left the stadium for the cycle leg. And the rest of the pack are right behind them pace. They go through that technical leg, and I think they've all cleared that much as well now, and they're out on the course proper. They're going for it, and they're going for it very, very quickly. A high-speed race, this one, as they head out on that cycle leg of 6 kilometres. While they're out there on that cycle leg, we'll take this opportunity to thank a few people, in particular the sponsors of Triathlon, and very importantly Nissan is proud to sponsor Triathlon Queensland. They do a fantastic job for Triathlon Queensland. Provided 2 vehicles on display here today, the Nissan Pathfinder and the Nissan Navara 4-door ute, as I would simply call it. But they are fantastic vehicles. They're on display, those vehicles on the infield, and everybody are showing some interest in those. But Nissan do supply Triathlon Queensland with a fantastic lot of support throughout years and years of support there to Triathlon. They make early mornings on race day a breeze with Nissan's family proof range of vehicles, the ultimate small SUV, the Nissan Qashqai, the family-proof Nissan X-Trail. I love the X-Trail, it's a good size, or the next generation SUV Nissan Pathfinder, and the comfortable vehicle to ride around in, let me tell you. Make every day a driving joy with a whole family and browse the Nissan range on display at the expo here on the infield. As I said, if you're here in person, if you're not, then go to your and .com.au, or say hello to the team looking after our athletes in the featuring metallic mirror lens technology. A big fan of the time wizards there in attendance. And Super Centre stuff. But they are a good host. Also Triathlon staff in the form of Tim, blitz. So they did after so timing wizards, who we already mentioned, the technical team generally, and Triathlon Australia, of course, for creating this national event. And this is round number 1 of the 2019-2020 Super Series. And down here trackside, as the competitors start to leave transition, they're being led out by the first place leader. On the bike was Oliver Cronin. Oliver Cronin takes off the run leg. He's built himself a significant lead off the bike, but Cronin gets out of transition in first, followed by Fukushima from Japan. Up one point. He's got Blake there now, Lachlan Blake. But they're shoulder to shoulder. In fact, I think Blake just overtook Powers and Coots. Toby Powers goes out in fourth. Mackenzie Coots in fifth. The rest of the field following, and they're the chase group, and they're pumping it out really quickly here. You'll get all of those shots. You've got vision of cyclists still coming in down the dismount area and into transition. But these guys are all going through very quickly. There is a bit of a gap now to the tail end. But let me tell you, the 1.2 kilometre run, I should say, 1.2 kilometre run, and they are into it. There are some moves taking place as they start to close gaps. The beauty of the new course, the hot dog course as I call it, is that when you're running towards your competitors, you can see what the gap is that you have to make if you're trailing, and if you're the one that's in front, you can see where they are behind you, and along that leg you can either increase or decrease to just try and close the visual gap. Some of those gaps closing across the back straight now as they all get significantly closer.
And just coming out of the transition zone is Oliver Nicole and Ronan Hickey. And they're going to be followed well and truly by Luca Walters and Thomas Hamilton. And I believe that's all the cyclists are back in, so everybody's now on the track for their 1.2 kilometre run.
And that final pack at the back end of the field led out by Rowan Hickey. Rowan Hickey striding out, joining in with the rest of the runners. And sometimes the faster runners going down that straight at the same time as the slower ones can help them pick up their pace. So Rowan Hickey leads those final three into the back end of the run leg. So Oliver Hickey, and then behind him was Lachlan Blake and Akira Fukushima, and they actually changed places in the first turn. Akira Fukushima came out of transition in second. Lachlan Blake soon went past him and said, hang on a minute, I was in second before and I intend staying here. So as Blake went to second, Fukushima third. Three Japanese competitors in this one, which is good to see. Tani was in there, he was fourth going into the side, and Amu Amuro in fifth place going to the side. Third, fourth, fifth. But they've been split up now by the run. So we'll see where they come out at the end of play here for the Japanese competitors. It won't be very long before we see Oliver Cronin home. And as I say, coming finish line. I'm sure it will be Oliver Cronin, comes down through the witches' hats, striding out comfortably with a very, very handy lead. A very long lead, in fact. And he's heading for that finishing and going there very, very quickly. Pushing hard. Oliver Cronin, well done. What a great run. What a good race for Oliver Cronin. Well done in first place. Heading into the finishing chute now, doing a fantastic job is Toby Powers, comes from fourth up into second place. Toby Powers, a very strong finish. Third place, Lachlan Blake holds his position, a very good spot there for Lachlan Blake. A run in between Couts and Fukushima, and Couts just gets it by a nose. It'll be Couts in fourth, Fukushima in fifth. And then Otani, it looks like, coming in sixth. Marchioni and Dooley. Marchioni would be around about seventh place. Dooley in eighth place. And of course, that's a great run there from Declan Dooley. He's pretty much held his position before the leg. Now the third Japanese competitor, Amuro. Amuro comes in. still in the top 10 in this finishing order for this event here this afternoon. Still some runners out on course. And the final heat, heat number 5, is ready to go at poolside, I believe. They're just getting their final briefings, and we'll cross to poolside when I get the signal to do so. They're just going through the paces of final briefings. They will get those, then they will get into the pool. We're about 40 minutes ahead of time here as Hickey crosses the finish line now. Rowan Hickey, and doing a job and closing out. There's a couple more still to come. I think we've got about 3 runners still on course. 4 runners, in fact, coming in behind Rowan Hickey. And when we get the signal that the guys are ready at poolside, we'll go to those. Thomas Hamilton crossing the finish line now, number 149. Followed in by Luca Walters. And then Oliver Nicol, and 1 more to come. 1 more coming down the finishing chute. And to get a big warm welcome at the finishing chute. He's put in a big effort on this day 3 session. As Will McIntosh. McIntosh crosses there, and that closes out this heat number 4. We go to poolside now, 5 in the final heat this afternoon.
And here we are poolside for wave 5 of the junior males event, and it is going to be the ultra sprint, and it's 300 metre swim, 6 kilometre cycle and a 1.2 kilometre run. And going through the order, we have Charlie McSwain, Thomas Hyde in lane 1, Harry Ladd and Jordan Lane in lane 2. Lane 3 is James Olsen-Keaton and William Cooper. Lane 4, Yuki Hayashida and Ernie Brown. In lane 5, Cody Turner and Samuel McAuliffe. In lane 6, Mitchell Weisenhouse and Lachlan Medway. Hunter McGovern and Sean Harris in lane 7, and lane 8 is Lachlan Goldie, Thomas O'Callaghan and Reese Marge. That is the way that they're shaping up for this wave 5 event of the junior male ultra sprint. And we're just in the starters' hands at the moment. All athletes have been through their briefing. The technical briefing has just commenced, all on the starting deck in the starters' hands. Couple of last second requirements. All athletes standing at the ready, just waiting for the starter. And what has been a fantastic day here, a wonderful summer's day after yesterday's storm-laden shortened day, but everyone behind the scenes has done a wonderful job to get all of these events in as best they can. Okay, everybody at the ready, starter with the starting pistol in hand, and they're off. And this is the ultra sprint wave 5 junior males, and it is 300 metre swim, 6 kilometre cycle and a 1.2 kilometre run. And as expected, the first 50 metres is fairly even, and once we actually turn the first 50, there's just been a slight breakaway by Mitchell Weisenhausen, and I say ever slight. All nice rhythm, they're stretching out, getting themselves in. It's a 300 metre swim leg. Mitchell Weisenhausen. And he's being towed along. He's towing Lachlan Medway. And in lane 4 it's Yuki Hayashida and Ernie Brown. And not too far off the pace is lane 7 for Hunter McGovern. And in lane 3, James Olsen-Keaton. So they're through 100 metres. And about half a body's length, a little bit more, lead being taken by Mitchell Weisenhausen. So we've got the two athletes in lane 6, which is Mitchell Wisenhouse and Lachlan Medway. Half a body to Yuki Hayashida. Then we have Harry Ladd and Jordan Lane in lane 2, and James Olsen Keating stretching themselves. This is the 200 metre mark. Technical officials just overseeing and making sure that all of the athletes turning, following, doing what they are. Now, on the turn, Mitchell Wisenhausen, followed by Lachlan Medway, Yuki Hayashida. And then there's a group of 3, which is James Olsen Keating and William Cooper, and Jordan Lane in there as well in the mix. Now there is a bit of water in and around the synthetic grass just off the starting area, and we saw a couple of the athletes in the last event. They actually took a little bit of a spill. So hopefully we don't see a repeat occurrence here now. It looks like we're going to, should be going into transition from this point. And it looks like Yuki Hayashida has actually come back and put a little bit of a sprint on for that last section. But coming out of the pool, Wisenhausen, Hayashida, Medway, as called. So McCullough just passing through, McGovern, Cooper, Brown, and from lane 8, Rees-Mark, McCarr, and Turner. So still a couple of athletes in the pool. Harris and O'Callaghan. So Sean Harris and Thomas O'Callaghan just out of the pool now. Now just a couple more athletes to come through. So we've got Thomas Hine, Goldie, so Lachlan Goldie, and one more athlete to come through, and it should be Charlie McSwain. So others have actually gone through. So yep, Charlie McSwain has gone through. So the pool is clear, and we've all gone over to the transition, and now it's down onto the field.
The transition exit. We've seen the competitors going into transition and out of it. The last 3 just coming out of transition now. There's still one in there, getting his helmet on, I should say, getting the bike out of the rack, and he's ready to go. So the last one to leave transition, McSwain heading out now. He'll get up to that mounting area and they'll be right. And local PA announcements here, of course, very clear. But everybody out on the cycle leg now. Leading out the cycle leg was Mitchell Westhausen. In second place behind him, James Olsen Keating. In third, Yuki Hayashida. And in fourth place behind him was Lachlan Medway. Behind Lockie Medway there was Jordan Lane. And let me see, Jordan Lane, Samuel McAuliffe in 6th, and leaving the stadium in 7th was Will Cooper. So William Cooper goes out in 7th place. The rest of the pack were right behind all of them and absolutely going for it. So these guys are going to finish this off. It's the last heat, or the last wave of the junior males ultra sprint and triathlon, and this 300 metre swim they've just had. They're out on a 6 kilometre cycle and a 1.2 kilometre run when they get back into the stadium.
We will open transition for junior athletes. All youths who are racing this afternoon.
Our cameraman heading. And welcome back to the final heat. 6 wave 5 of the junior males ultra sprint. Triathlon, 300 metre swim,
So
6 kilometre
transition is
cycle,
now open.
1.2
Any
kilometre
athletes
run.
wish to collect?
Had to do a little bit of administration, but we're here in time for the finish as the leaders take the final turn and head into the finishing chute. We're just about to see them coming down the finishing chute now. It's on between the two of them. Let's see what we get. Who is leading? Is it Westhausen? Or is it James Olsen Keating? Olsen Keating it looks like. Yes, it is James Olsen Keating, and it's Ladd coming in second place. Harry Ladd made up heaps of ground there in that run leg. Harry Ladd, a great second in a sprint finish with James Olsen Keating. What a great race with the two of them coming down the finishing chute. Not only a good time, but they pushed each other into the finish very, very hard. It gives them a very good finishing time, but of course first and second as well across the line. Mitchell Westhausen, who led them out in third place, and then Sammy McAuliffe in fourth, followed in by Hunter McGovern in fifth place. Medway coming in behind him, of course. You will have seen that on the camera shot. Lachlan Medway in sixth. A well-run race, that one, to the top six, just beating it out, smashing it, one might say. Cooper crossing the line now. And that is, of course, William Cooper from New South Wales, with a good 7th place finish. Very, very strong. Hayashida from Japan being chased down by Lane right to the line. Hayashida just got him, I think. Hayashida just hung on for an 8th place, and it was Jordan Lane coming in 9th. Nowhere near official results, of course. We're just seeing what we see just in front of the finishing line, but what a good race that's been.
And Cody Turner was just coming in there as well, and now we're just about to see Reese Majar coming in. Margash, there we go. Just got correction there, thank you. So that's all right, that helps. Margash coming through.
There's a couple more runners still to come in to finish that off. I think there are 4 out of the 5 out on the course. Last one just making the final U-turn.
This is Thomas O'Callaghan, who's just crossing from New South Wales. And he'll be
Gary O'Callaghan.
No, and he'll be followed by Sean Harris. And as you said, there's still a couple more on track, Harry. And that's going to be Lachlan Goldie. And it's been a hot day for the guys as they've been doing all of this, the Ultra Sprint series.
As Thomas Hine crosses the finishing line as well. Good job, Thomas Hine. And the final runner coming in now. Beating it out in the midday sun, these guys. They've had a great morning, a busy afternoon, but a nice breeze blowing across, all the flags flowing there from the countries all around in the distance. And it's Charlie McSwain striding in there. McSwain from Victoria, and the Victorians have represented very, very well over the first 3 days of this event. Good work, Charlie McSwain. And that ends the Junior Males Ultra Sprint Triathlon for and the youth male B final. We're running about 40 minutes ahead of time, so we're anticipating that will start at around about 2 p.m. So there'll be a short break between this and that event, and we will return to commentary and bring you more action next time you tune in. But tune in a bit earlier just in case the management pushes ahead faster than expected. Bye for now.
I thought you were standing.
So it's youth C males and B's here, B's there. Okay. This one's first up. So I'm just going to names and names, nothing else.
If you can say from
Queensland?
lane 1, from Queensland, Wales.
Okay,
yeah, lane 1.
Cool. Yeah, okay.
You don't have to say 1A, 1B, just lane 1.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah. We changed that on Friday.
So you're happy with all that, and you're happy to call them all out?
Absolutely, yeah.
So
All here?
Back there, yes.
All here, all good?
Oh, you can have my list, yes. Amber will be able to tell you that. I thought she'd already checked them off. She's saying to me, I just...
Oh, okay. Just to make sure they're all there or nobody's changed their name.
I don't need to go close though, do I? Because he's got a mark on. Yep, so if I'm just push back, boys. Just stand back. Going just order. Get you in order. Alexander. So you are both lane 1. Lane 1 right, left. Lane 2 Lachlan. William. Lane 3 Jasper. Move back, guys, please. If you can leave that. And Riley. So is this the first lane lane mile? Yes. Riley Billingham. Alright, we're going to do Brady. Jen. You're also lane 12. Lane 5, Henry. Yep. And Hugh. Hugh more. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yes. Alright, Marty. And Angus. In your lane order. Marty first and then Angus. Ryan. And then William. And
Marty is Hadley. Marty Hadley. Is that it? Pronunciation?
Hadley, yes.
And Sam Peach. Peach?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, all good to go, Sue? You're good to go? Yeah. Okay, so remember, it'll be on your mark and then you go on the computer. Okay? Good luck, everyone. Thank you. Everyone know each set through 306.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Youth C Males C Final. The competitors are from Queensland in lane 1, Luke Wills. From South Australia in lane 1, Alexander Smith. In lane 2, from Queensland, Lachlan Rayner. Also in lane 2, from New South Wales, William Paslow. In lane 3, New South Wales, Jasper Sumsky. Also in lane 3, from Queensland, Riley Bellingham. In lane 4, from Queensland, Brady Blake. Also in lane 4, from New South Wales, Jet Campbell. In lane 5, from South Australia, Henry Pearce. Also lane 5, from Queensland, Hugh Moore. In lane 6, from Queensland, Marty Hadley. Lane 7, from Queensland, Ryan Billingham. Lane 7, from New South Wales, William Apps. And in lane 8, from Queensland, Samuel Pake. Did I miss
You
it?
missed him, yeah.
Did I?
He was looking like...
Did you just walk up? Did you?
Yeah.
And as you would have heard all of those things that were going on, it was just the introductions to the Youth C final, the male final of the Ultra Sprint. And it's a 300 metre swim, a 6 kilometre cycle and a 1.2 kilometre run. And it was all in the starters' hands, and the race is well and truly underway.
Are you on the next one?
And race, as we did say, it's well and truly underway, and we're going to be trying to get you as much of the vision as we possibly can here on this glorious afternoon from Runaway Bay. And the first to turn is the 300 metre swim leg, and it's going to be from lane 6, and it's going. Looks like it's Marty Hatterley. And Jet Campbell. So Jet Campbell and Marty Hatterley going stride for stride, stroke for stroke at this moment in time. And now we've just reached the first 100 metres coming from there. So slight correction required there by Marty Hatterley. As he turned, he actually, as I made mention before, with their normal training drills, is they come up one side, turn and go on the outside of the lane. But yeah, in these events we do have a second person in the lane, and as a result the boys had to actually make a slight correction to their course. But that being said, Marty Hatterley looks like he's extended the lead out a body and a half length, and it's going to be followed by Henry Pearce and Jet Campbell at this stage. So Marty Hatterley from lane 6, Henry Pearce lane 5, Jet Campbell lane 4, and then there's a group of another 4 swimmers and athletes that are coming through. So from lane 3, Jasper Sumsky, and in lane 7 looks like Ryan Billingham. So 200 metre mark, Marty Hatterley hands and heels in front of the next competitors, and touching in lane 5, Henry Pearce, and from lane 4, Jet Campbell. Jasper Sumsky also starting to make a bit of a move, as is Ryan Billingham from lane 7. So Marty Hatterley got a comfortable lead at this stage. And now we're about to move into transition zone, get the boys into it as the first swimmers coming in, as the close action shots are going to show quite comfortably. It should be Marty Hatterley from lane 6, should be the first person out of the pool and into the transition zone for the cycle leg. Moves into a 6 kilometre cycle. Now touching the blocks and jumping out of the pool in second position is going to be Henry Pearce, and he's going to be followed by Ryan Billingham, Campbell, Sumsky, Blake, William Apps, Ridley Billingham, Hugh Moore. Still a couple more competitors in the pool. Paslow, as we just saw, William Paslow just passing. Lachlan Rayner and Luke Wills. And we have one more competitor in the pool to come through to finish, and that's Samuel Peace. So Samuel Pace about to enter the transition zone. So that's the swim leg of this Youth C male final completed, and now all the boys are out on the track or in the transition zone, and we're just going to throw down onto the grass area where we can get a bit of an update as to who made it through the transition and the positions of where they've actually left this stadium, because we are trying to catch up as best that we actually can with the vision. And now it's down onto the field.
And down on trackside as we see the triathletes leaving transition out on the start of the cycle leg. They come down the main straight. It's a long distance from transition, from the pool into transition, and then from the far end of transition it's the length of the 100 metre straight here. And just leaving now is Samuel Pake from Queensland, leaving transition. He's the last one out of transition and onto the cycle leg, looking a very likely character. The rest have gone, and they were led out of the stadium by Marty Hadley, followed by Henry Pearce, and then Sumsky, Riley Billingham I think it was, and Hugh Moore. They were all in touch there. Riley Billingham of course, and Jasper Sumsky side by side. So the first two out, Marty Hadley and Henry Pearce, doing a fantastic job out onto that cycle. So 300 metre swim, a 1.2 kilometre run. And that young competitor, final C, that's C males, and the C final doing a fantastic hill and around that, and last few around that right. In fact, I think it was Sam Pake that we just saw go around. He's the last of the group. And a fantastic job. They will disappear for a little while over in the depth of the cycle. For 4 laps of the cycle. Our camera operator on the top of the hill there, I think it's Maddie now, some changes because it's hot work up there on the hill and running around that backpack as well. So Maddie, and she's walking along the hill, also tracking the cyclists in that straightaway before they get out into the main course proper. It's hard to do the course proper as they go out of the mounting area, straight up a hill, then a slight rise again, then more hill, and they're a very steep hill with a 90-degree turn, and a lot of hard work. So it gets their thighs burning early before they go out and try to get the pedals working very. So they'll be out there for a little while on that course. As we've said earlier in our broadcast, for those that weren't tuned in, as we did have lightning storms here last. around about 9th position at this stage. Still a few to come through transition. Here comes a young Smith. That's Alexander Smith heading out there in around about 10th place unofficially. There's a likely pair pacing each other out of transition. Mac and
Yeah, it's William Apps.
sure is, it's William Apps, and it is also it wasn't Samuel Pate. She is down here as Marty Hadley, of course.
Yep. And the last one in transition is Lachlan Rayner, who's actually everyone all clear through the transition.
Not quite PMAC. Another 2 behind him.
I need to turn around.
Look back, they say. Lachlan Rayner striding out now on his own. He's on the chase as well. And then we've still got 2 in there.
Yep.
Samuel Pake is in transition as well, along with Luke Wills. Luke Wills, Samuel Pake will come out of transition. The rest are out there on the run along the back straight. And a testing run it is for the young guys. Here they come, running together. They'll hoop each other home. And so will the crowd on that back straight as well. Lots of people here. Samuel Pake heads off into that corner and Will's going after him. Luke Will's doing a good job. And that's the 15 of them away. And we'll await the lead runner coming back into that final turn. It's a big effort here, but the wind has cooled the temperature down just a little, just slightly. It won't bother these guys, the change in temperature there, always running hot.
Well, but also actually aids them, Harrow, especially on that back section where the breeze is quite cool on that side of the ground here. They have a tailwind as they're heading towards the chute. But as they're coming into the chute, they'll be running into a headwind.
So it'll be interesting to see the leading pack of 4 that went out together on how they change after the cycle leg. And how they get into the finish line. Can any of the pack behind them, the hunters, will any of them caught up as we see them come out of that run leg? We're waiting for the first runners into that final turn. A lot of work out there. Here they come into the final straight. Let's call them into the...
Come on, Lennon, come on. To the end.
Brady Blake, Henry Pearce. What a great run from those 2. Blake and Pearce. Brady Blake, Henry Pearce charging into second. Jasper Sumsky. Line in 3rd. That is Hugh Moore in 4th. Great run there. And Angus Haggerty gets up to 5th place. What a great run, Haggerty. And Paslow coming in as well. William Paslow. Great run there from Paslow. And here's 7th and 8th. Look at it. Struggles across. Campbell, and he'll get treatment. The first aid guys are always there to greet them.
He's also probably Arrow because that big stack is coming in the dismount area.
But straight to the tent. The first aid guys are there. They've got everything for him. They don't see any.
Come on, mate, don't quit.
Marty Hadley, I should say. Let me get it right. Marty Hadley.
Good, mate, good.
Young Alexander Smith, what a great finish there. He's gasping for air as well. Good effort, Alexander Smith. And Lachlan Rayner goes in there as well. Great work, guys. This is a hot day and they're doing a fantastic job. William Apps crossing the finish line now. Still a few out there, a couple to come. We won't be leaving here until they cross the finish line and get their accolades. I can see Sam Pake coming down the chute into that area of the witches' hats, and he's still striding out. He's got a nice steady stride, William Pake, and he will develop into some athlete. You can tell he's growing. He's about a foot taller than this time last year, William Pake. Good job, Will Pake. And one more to come. We will stay at the finish line. And a few others coming over to greet him as well. I'll help him charge home. I'll give him a shout. Technical officials up there as well, making sure he gets there okay and he gets a round of applause. Here come the kids from his club and from the hill. They're whipping him home. Is it Luke Wills?
Yes, it is, Harry.
Absolutely, PMAC. Luke Wills, great finish. Keep going there, young Luke Wills. Great finish, young fella. He gets across that line and gets the accolades he deserves. If you compete and if you finish, you've done a great job. You're a winner in anybody's book.
Amber, whenever you're ready.
And we're about to get underway with the female, the B youth female in the ultra sprint, which will contain is a 300 metre swim, 6 kilometre cycle, and a 1.2 kilometre run. And as you can probably hear in the background from New South Wales in lane 1, Tia Hart. And Charlotte Davies in lane number 2 from Queensland. Amelia McDonald in lane number 3. Hannah Roots from New South Wales in lane 4. And in lane 5 from New South Wales is Allegra McGiven. And lane 6 is Zoe Billings from Queensland.
Lane 7 from Queensland, Abby McLean.
Abby McLean, lane 7 from Queensland, and lane 8 is Melissa Bloom from New South Wales. So that's the starting lineup, and it's going to be in the hands of the starter. As we have Tia Hart, Charlotte Davies, Amelia McDonald, Hannah Roots, Allegra McGiven, Zoe Billings, Abby McLean, and Melissa Bloom. And that is for this, the Youth B female final ultra sprint triathlon with a 300 metre swim, as we said. Then we go into a transition for the 6 kilometre cycle, followed by a 1.2 kilometre run. And it looks like there may have been a late withdrawal, so Zoe Billings from Queensland, so there's no lane 6. Lane 6 is not taking the final. So for the first 50 metres, it's an even race. And our full deck shot by Maddie is actually through, and we've got Melissa Bloom from New South Wales. And lane 4, Hannah Roots from New South Wales, may have probably half a body's length on Allegra McGiven. So nothing in it at this stage as we come into the first 100 metres of the 300. So first to touch is Hannah Roots from New South Wales. Second, Allegra McGiven. Third, Melissa Bloom in lane 8. Lane 2, Charlotte Davies, followed by Tia Hart. And Abby McLean in lane 7. And Amelia McDonald in lane 3. So 150 metres nearly done. And Hannah Roots from New South Wales, just starting to put a little bit more of a gap between the field as she turns. And second to turn in lane 2 is Charlotte Davies, and followed by Tia Hart. So the pace in lanes 1 and 2, so Tia Hart and Charlotte Davies starting to pick up, starting to catch Hannah Roots. And Allegra McGiven also just pacing herself. Now touching the wall for the 200 metres so far. Now, first one to touch is Hannah Roots from New South Wales. Second is Tia Hart. Third, Charlotte Davies. Fourth is Allegra McGiven. Now we have Abby McLean and Melissa Bloom touching, going stroke for stroke. And Amelia McDonald coming in to touch. So 100 metres to go. And it looks like in lane 4, Hannah Roots has started to kick ahead, trying to put a little bit of distance so she can actually get some good distance when she gets into the transition. Hannah Roots has actually changed. She's done 200 and 250, coming up to 275 metres, and she's got about only about a 10-metre gap between Charlotte Davies in lane 2, and very closely followed by Tia Hart in lane 1. And next competitor would be Allegra McGiven. And then it will be Abby McLean and Lisa Bloom, and Amelia McDonald is trailing on the swim leg. Out of the pool from lane before.
Bike. doing a fantastic job. Amelia McDonald from Queensland striding out now. She's done very well on the cycle leg. Picked up a few places there has Amelia McDonald. There's Melissa Bloom. A few places doing very, very well. She's picked up one place at least. Into the cycle leg in 6, picked up a place now situated in. McGiven goes out there, Allegra McGiven goes out in 6th place. And Abby McLean coming out of transition right now, Abby McLean. The Queenslanders heads off into that first turn. Abby McLean striding out well, breathing well.
And Harrow, you may not have been able to pick up because of you're watching them.
Places was Allegra McGiven, obviously good on the cycle. And who knows what happens in the run here, but I can tell you Hannah Roots, tall, long legs, running comfortably, breathing easily. I think she'll certainly hold her position in this one. She was striding out really well. She heads along the back straight to the north side now after going around that U-turn. And just trying to pick up where our camera is. It's coming out of transition as well and heading towards the finish line, because guess what? That's where our competitors are going to be turning very, very soon. They're doing those the hot dog legs on the western side of the stadium here, the back straight as we call it. And as they finish those hot dog legs, the leader will stride around that final big sweeping turn and head for the finishing chute. And here she comes now. It's Hannah Roots for sure, and she is going well around that big turn. Striding out easily there. Good cadence, nice comfortable running position, and she's got one massive lead. It is Hannah and Daylight, the girl from New South Wales. Leads from start to finish. What a great exhibition by this young athlete. All coming to you on our stream. Hannah Roots goes through and finishes very, very strongly. Well done. Fantastic. New South Wales crossing the line in first place. I think it might be Mum that was very happy about that.
You may have heard it on the microphone through.
Maybe Mum not, it was a little soft, it was good.
Very happy.
Second place still coming, to be honest. That's how long a lead it was that Hannah was carrying there from New South Wales. Absolutely fantastic lead. She just bolted. Charlotte Davies left the transition onto the run in second place. She went onto the cycle leg in second and out of the cycle leg in second at the start of this run. That was a big run from Hannah Roots, was it not? Absolutely sensational lead. And the second place getter will come in now into the chute where the witches' hats are. She's done the big sweeping turn. And it'll be Charlotte Davies running in second place into the finishing chute. She's got somebody in pursuit from New South Wales, I think. We're going to keep our eyes open here. And she's being egged on. Charlotte Davies is being egged on. But she'll get to the finishing line easily in second place. Very, very well.
Definite change.
In second place. And into third place, it is Amelia McDonald. Amelia McDonald comes from fourth, moves up into third place for the finish across the line.
What a long way.
Great effort there. She went into the bike leg in seventh place, came out of it in fourth, and then picked up another place. Gets a fantastic position. Allegra McGiven charges in now to the finish line, looking in good form. And Tia Hart charges in across the line as well now. 2 to come, Abby McLean and Melissa Bloom. It's Melissa Bloom coming in ahead of Abby McLean. Melissa Bloom crosses the line now, and Abby McLean charging in across the line with a good finish there. And that is the close of the Youth B Females, the B final in the Ultra Sprint Triathlon here from Runaway Bay on the Gold Coast of Australia. The next event will be the Youth Males B final. We'll head over to the poolside and get ready for the start of that event.
Males B final. Please welcome to the starting blocks in lane 1 from the ACT, Joshua Silverwood. From Queensland, Joey Vella. Also from Queensland in lane 1, Hayden Allen.
And we're just going through the introductions to the male youth B finals for the Ultra Sprint. We have in lane 1, it will be Joshua Silverwood, Joey Vella and Hayden Allen. And in lane 2 will be Rowan Barnes and Ethan Brailsford.
Also in lane 3 from Victoria.
And in lane 3 it is Jackson Connell and Jacob McKay.
In lane 4,
lane 4 will be Spencer Lukey and Braden Bamford.
Lane 4 from Queensland, Braden Bamford.
And in lane 5 it'll be Freddie Ayres and Sam Crichton. Lane 6 Mason Pavich and Joshua Beale.
Lane 5 from South Australia, Sam Crichton.
Lane 7, Zane Bowen and Bradley Butler.
Mason Pavich.
Lane 8, Lachlan Crone, Jack Young and Joshua Fletcher. And that's going to be the starting lineup for the male youth B final, and it is the Ultra Sprint. We have 300 metres swim, 6K cycle and 1.2 kilometre run.
From Queensland, Lachlan Crone. From New South Wales, Jack Young. And also in lane 8, from Western Australia, Joshua Fletcher.
And now all the competitors are in their starting and the ready position, and in the hands of the technical official in the starting. And they're off and racing in this, the male youth B final for the Ultra Sprint. As I said, 300 metre swim, 6 kilometre cycle and a 1.2 kilometre run. And quickly going through them again, we have Joshua Silverwood, Joey Vella and Caden Allen in lane 1. Rowan Barnes, Ethan Brailsford in lane 2. Jackson Connell and Jacob Mackay in lane 3. Lane 4 sees Spencer Lukey and Braden Bamford. Lane 5, Freddie Ayres and Sam Crichton. Mitch Pavich and Joshua Beale, Mason Pavich and Joshua Beale in lane 6, Zane Bowen and Bradley Butler in lane 7, Lachlan Crone, Jack Young and Joshua Fletcher in lane 8. And within the first 50 metres, it's just starting to get a couple of the boys in lane 1, where we have Joey Vella and Caden Allen, and they're going stroke for stroke in lane 4 with Braden Bamford in lane 4. Lane 5, Freddie Ayres also staying in touch with the leaders. And that's the first 100 metres done for the male youth B final for the ultra sprint. So another 200 metres to go. And on the turn, it's Braden Bamford who's actually kicked away. He pushed off the wall very smartly and was able to get about a body's length lead on Freddie Ayres in lane 5. They're picking up their own pace in lane 7. It's Zane Bauer and Bradley Butler. So 150 metres done. Braden Bamford still leading at this stage. Very closely, Freddie Ayres. Now starting to pick up their pace, as mentioned before, is Zane Bowen and Bradley Butler in lane 7. They're pacing themselves. Joshua Beale, lane 6, staying with them. Lane 1, Joey Vella and Caden Allen also staying with this lead group. Very close racing indeed. So 200 metres done. Braden Bamford still leading the pack, followed by Freddie Ayres. Then the group of Joshua Beale, Zane Bauer, Bradley Butler, Joey Vella, Caden Allen. Lane 3, Jackson Connell starting to pick up his pace. So Jackson Connell, his last 50, he's actually picked up, he's caught the lead bunch, and now he's only about 10-15 metres. He's just hitting the wall now for his 250 metres, and he's not that far away. Leading them out of the swim leg should be Braden Bamford, followed closely by Freddie Ayres. And as mentioned before, we've had Jackson Connell, who's picked up his own pace significantly, and he should be going into the transition and running in 3rd position. And across the pool in lane 6, it's Joshua Beale, Zane Bowen, Bradley Butler. And as we said, Freddie Ayres just coming out of the pool. So Connell, Beale, Bowen, Butler, all together as one group. From lane 1, Vella, Allen, and Pavic coming in. There's still a couple more boys in the swim leg. So Joshua Fletcher and Sam Crichton coming through. Jack Young, Josh Silverwood. And Spencer Lukey, last one out of the pool into the transition zone. Pool area is clear, so stage 1 of this ultra sprint male youth B final done. And now we're just about to go cross down onto the field, and we'll get how the guys went through their transition.
Back everybody out of transition, very I think it was a lucky transition, but not that far away from first, and all those guys putting in fantastic effort as they head up the hill. At least they're able to go through in the mount area, and dismount area is the only place in the shade here at the moment. So in the sun, in the heat, they're out there on the road track now. They're out on the coming through now. There's a bike coming through.
Suzuki.
In transition is Joey Vella. Never know, sometimes they've had a bit of trouble out there on the full track. Does affect them.
There was a bit of trouble in the mounting area. It was, the runners did actually, or as they were mounting, got a little bit caught up as it was actually going over that little dip. And as we said, there is a little bit of technicality.
And the camera just approaching the finish line out of there. Our camera now getting positioned for the finish. We just await Freddie Ayres to finish his run. Final afternoon. Youth Males B final. ITU rules, ITU standards. And before we close off tonight or this afternoon, we'll bring you the schedule for tomorrow, Sunday. We'll make sure we get that to you very, very soon. But heading into the finishing chute. Freddie Ayres in first place, striding out, has a couple of looks over his shoulder, trying to see where the chasers are, but Freddie, you don't have to worry. Freddie Ayres strides in for a great first place finish. Freddie Ayres crosses in first, well done. Joshua Beale makes up places on the run and comes in second. Well run there by Josh Beale. Connell coming in third. Jackson Connell picks up places and gets in third. And then Crichton in fourth place. Crichton fourth. Bamford 5. Braden Bamford, there are your top 5. Croman Allen cross. Pavic crosses now. Silverwood striding into the finish line. I told you they were close together, and they are. Not much in this time-wise at all. That was Jack Young coming in. Looks like he might have strained a leg muscle there. And Jacob McKee. Over the finish line. McKee followed in by Bradley Butler. Brad Butler goes in there now, and they're looking for water, looking to cool off. The first aid is looking after all of them, of course. Brailsford flying into the finish line for a fast end to the race. Ethan Brailsford. And then Joshua Fletcher from Western Australia gets himself in there across the line. They all get in there and get replenished with fluids. A couple of more competitors still to come. One making his last turn out there on the back straight. Spencer Lukey finishes his racing day off, and the long tall figure of Spencer Lukey crosses the line. And one more to come. We'll all help him back as he goes down that back straight for the final time into the sweeping left turn. Just about to turn into the finishing chute. Everybody striding over to the finishing chute to bring him home. Here's the crowd. They're going to bring home Joey Vella now. Heading the finishing line at speed. Joey Vella makes the show real and gets into that finish line. Well done, Joey Vella. So great work from all of those competitors in the Youth Males B final. What a great event that was to finish the day, PMAC, and just looking at those young athletes and how they perform, it really is encouraging for what is a very technical sport and what disciplines they have, the 3 disciplines of swimming, cycling and running.
Very challenging, Harrow,
to talk. He swallowed one of those mozzies.
They're very, very difficult to talk at the best of times. And yeah, absolutely challenging at all levels for the kids. They're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds and just going through all the different changes.
Yeah, it is fantastic. They're all very fit. They'll all be back tomorrow as well. And tomorrow's schedule is jam-packed between 7 a.m. and 12 midday. We're going to sign off, however, now. And we'd like to thank all of you for viewing the Triathlon Australia Super Sprint Race Weekend 2019 on this day 3 as it comes to a close. And we've been broadcasting live from the Sports Super Centre at Runaway Bay on the Gold Coast of Australia. Tomorrow is day 4. If you want to watch the events live tomorrow, or in fact watch replays, just go to YouTube channel Triathlon QLD. Triathlon QLD. And that will give you all of the replays of these events and your live broadcast from 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Bye for now.
See ya.